Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Electoral Area Services Committee for February 7th, 2024. I would like to first acknowledge the fact that we are doing our business today on the unceded traditional territory of the Comox First Nations. First item of business, I would entertain a motion to vary the agenda to consider the delegation later in the meeting and to move it to function 670 and also to bring forward 688 because it's going to have some of the same presenters in it. So we'll be bringing 688 following 621. Okay. And seconded? Okay, so anyone opposed? That carries. So that gets us off and running here. The most exciting of days, budget. Nothing gets me more excited and out of bed in the morning than to spend a whole day doing budget line item by line item. How many services and functions do we have right now? About 380 or? I think last count it was around 101, isn't it? Thereabouts. Okay, so people that think this is easy should try it. Right. So we're not going to worry about the Hornby Island Arts Council at this point, but number one would be the public input that we've received so far on this financial plan. And I imagine there's a bag full of mail and a memory full of emails out there. Turn it over to CAO for a comment on that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to the directors. Thanks for coming back in today on day 2 of the Electoral Area Services Committee financial planning process. Lucy Wacharek, our Chief Financial Officer, can provide, I think, I'm not sure if there's any additional public input received since yesterday, but maybe I'll just turn it over to Lucy to kick off this second day of Electoral Area's budgets.
Over to Lucy.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, and to the directors, good morning. So I've had a look at our Engage page this morning and we do not have any further comments, but maybe next time that we're together on February 26th, there'll be some other input from the community. But for today, no other input besides what we have out there. The 2 items that we have that I reported on.
Director Arbor, got a comment?
Yeah, thanks. I'd just say for the few people that might watch online, obviously it's not like we don't get any input into the financial process for the public. The directors get input throughout the year and so does staff in all our services. It's just that we have this one means that's more formalized for people to offer written comment, not on Facebook, into our Engage Comox Valley page. And so that's what we're reporting on in terms of public input, but there's tons of public input that comes through the year.
Well, very good. If we had a riveting item like the potholes up in Black Creek that the regional district should be fixing, and we saw that all kinds of people commenting about that. Of course, it's not our jurisdiction, as one resident very bravely put forward, but he was buried in an avalanche of more complaints. So anyway, that's great. We're going to move right into the financial plan. We have Lucy here to give us a introduction into the financial planning process. Lucy.
Thank you, through the chair. So just quickly, I just wanted to note we're tracking 1 item for follow-up so far, and we'll most likely bring back that information at our February 26th meeting, and that's for Graham Lake and the consideration of the $300,000 for community works grants. So other than that, I have no other comments, and we can proceed with electoral area services if you'd like. Okay.
Thank you very much. So moving into the electoral area core services, there's a staff member here needs introduction by our CAO.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Mark Harrison, our Manager of Parks, will be introducing several budgets today, and we'll start off with the weed control service function 296. And good morning, Mark. Over to you.
Morning, Mark.
Am I on? Yeah. Good morning. Through the chair, I'm here to present the start off with the 296 weed control service budget. The purpose of this budget is to support the education on noxious weeds, as well as to support targeted treatment for specific noxious weeds that are listed within our weed control bylaw. In terms of accomplishments, I just want to kind of, put a shout out to all the community partners that help us with this, with the delivery of this service, which is really supported through a combination of community resident associations, not-for-profits, as well as external contracts. The big driver for this service is the Not on Our Property or Not on My Property comp program, which targets outreach and education, as well as treatment for really high-risk invasive plants, which includes the knotweed and the giant hogweed. In 2023, we managed 109 sites within the electoral areas. That did include one new site and 16 retreated sites. So in terms of challenges, trends, opportunities, the provincial grant funding, it does remain uncertain. So we are doing annual applications. We have the outreach is focused with kind of limited funding for treatment outside of the high risk invasive plants. So most of this service is about that outreach and that education piece. Obviously, invasive plants can have a negative impact and do have a negative impact on our biodiversity. And so the control of these invasive plants do remain a challenge within our region. Unfortunately, through 2023, many homeowners didn't respond to access requests for treatment in 2023, and we need that ability to, we need their support to be able to access private lands. So that does kind of remain a challenge in terms of the treatment part. In terms of expenses, what we are proposing is fairly not a huge change, slight decrease in the overall kind of budget. Revenues remain pretty much the same as 2023. In terms of funding sources, we're looking at trying to keep it relatively stable. You will see a jump up in 2025 up to 45,000, and that's really to offset the provincial grant, which is still uncertain at this time, and is, as I said, involves an annual application. In terms of operating budget, taxation, small increases, but really relatively steady. Future expenditure reserve, slight increases to help us with kind of uncertainty within this service. And in terms of the summary, again, we are using the provincial grant, but again, that remains kind of uncertain. And this service, obviously, it supports environmental stewardship and protection, and we work with our community partners through the comp program to support this service. And recommendation would be to that this proposed function be approved. Happy to take questions.
Thank you, Mark. And we do have questions, Director Arbor.
Yeah, thanks. Usually we just glean over that service and approve it, but this year I'd have a suggestion maybe to discuss, which is, as staff recalls, I think it was in the fall, I got a call to go down to not Hardy Road, but Hornby Road in Kilmarnock, and we have many beach accesses that the CVRD manages, but there's more that the Ministry of Transportation manages. All of them are not very well looked after. And for Hornby Road, it was revealing because the people I was talking to there was four or six neighbors, or something like that. And they were talking about how the ivy is completely taking over the access there and choking the life out of the trees and the vegetate the understory. So don't want to make too long of a story, but I'm wondering if there would be value for us to almost take like Cumberland as an approach to renewing their road, which is like 1 block a year, right? And I'm wondering if we could open a $5,000 or a $10,000 pot that people can apply to as community volunteers to really do a thorough job of those, 1 beach access a year. And that will allow us, over 10 or 15 years to catch up, because I think we're just not doing the maintenance on a lot of those beach accesses, and in many of the neighborhoods, they're really used. And people notice that they're not well looked after. Some of them have our name on it. Some of them it's Modi, but I'm just wondering if staff would be, if we were to build some allowance in the budget for exploring an approach like that. And if the directors would be supportive.
Yeah, through the chair. I'm wondering if something like that would probably fit more well within the 621 budget, within the parks budget, and then we could look at beach accesses and then actually get a permit to use those the specific accesses from Modi, and then that gives us the ability to kind of manage those accesses. I'm not sure if it would if it's appropriate within the 296 budget, which is more about education, kind of an outreach and really targeted high risk. More basis, so just a suggestion.
No, that's fine. So I'll bring it back, and I think we could, leverage volunteer effort. I think a lot of residents are happy to do work parties, but there's always costs associated with improving as well. So I'll bring it back at 1621.
Yeah, park it.
Is that I'm gonna put it in parking. Park it. Yeah.
Well, we're going to be switching to paid parking soon. Well, my question is, I know it's not classified as a noxious weed, but anybody that visits our neighbor to the south, Qualicum Beach, realizes that broom busters have done a fantastic job down there eliminating Scotch broom. And I haven't heard much about them, Mark. I'm just wondering, are they still active? And if they are, what needs to happen to make them actually as effective as they are southern neighbor?
Yeah, to the chair. Yeah, we do provide funding to broom busters each year, and they do targeted kind of work on broom. So we very much appreciate their efforts. Right now, we have a minimal amount that we give to the broom busters each year. So we could look at increasing that. I'm just not sure what the capacity is of that organization at this time.
Like all volunteer groups, I'm sure it isn't that healthy because obviously what they need is something a little more than, Grandma Jones out there with her English Wilkinson shears. And, you need something of an industrial military operation with proper brush cutters and whatever at the right time of year, of course, when broom is in bloom. But I mean, I take care of my property and some of my neighbors do as well. And there's other neighbors that should find some kind of an industrial end use for that stuff. Can you make it into, clothing or something like that? Anyway, okay, good to know. I'll just keep an eye on that one. So we are at the point, we're not going to do receipt. We're just going to go right to the recommended action, if I can have that moved. Moved and seconded. Anybody opposed? That carries. And on to the next one, Saratoga Beach Mosquito Management Service. Old habits are hard to break. Over to Mark.
Yeah, thank you. I'm here to present the 623 Saratoga Beach Community Mosquito Management Program or Service. The purpose of the service is to provide mosquito management for nuisance mosquitoes in the targeted Saratoga Beach, Miracle Beach community, and it's really largely done through larval control. Participants in this service are very defined as to within the Saratoga and Miracle Beach community only. This year we had a fairly successful mosquito surveillance control program. We did a total of 21 treatments and 112 site inspections were completed during 2023. And I think just due to the weather, I'm not obviously an expert in terms of mosquitoes, but the populations were minimal in 2023. So that was good and positive. In terms of trends, challenges, opportunities, we are on a 3-year mosquito control contract that does end in December of 2024. So there is likelihood that the contract cost could increase beyond 2024. The control program, it does suppress rather than eradicate nuisance control mosquito populations, and is really accomplished through, again, the control of the larval development. Expenses. We've got increases to proposed to our support services of about 5,000. So, you know, fairly substantial for this service. Material supplies go down slightly. Contracted services, again, we're on a 3-year contract, so those are kind of remain fairly steady. And then slight decreases to kind of reserve contributions to make up for those increases to support services. Revenue, taxation is going up, and that's largely to because to support those increases to support services. The contract, just so we're clear, it is on an as-needed basis. So that's why sometimes we get a surplus each year. So if they don't, it's really we're paying for the services for the inspections that are actually done in the field. Funding sources. We're looking at trying to keep it stable in future years, but we do have slight increases to account for likely inflationary pressures on the contract in future years beyond 2024. Operating budget, again, kind of slight increases to taxation in the future. Reserve budget for future expenditure reserve. And again, the recommendation is that this proposed budget be approved. Happy to take questions.
Well, seeing none, I'm going to jump right in. Just for background information, this was a real issue about 6 years ago or so when there was an introduction of the saltwater mosquito. It was a very small but mighty mosquito that was extremely aggressive. And people that thought it was a bit of a joke, all we had to do was invite them out to driftwood. And they were immediately surrounded with these little guys. So they're very, very voracious, and they have the ability to survive under extreme conditions, including salt water or brackish water. So it's been a great boon. I haven't heard a peep out of my residents up there, so that's good news because they're generally very vocal. I'm thinking it's time to renew it, and we'll see. It's probably Curtis Faduke again. I imagine he's the guy who's headed it up from Vancouver. So we'll see what happens there. But I would definitely support this. So entertain a motion.
Yes.
Moved and seconded. Anyone opposed? That's great. That carries. Thank you very much. The next is Denman Island Community Parks and Greenways Service Function 619. We don't need receipt. We'll just plow right ahead. Over to Mark.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Here to present 619, this is the Denman Island Community Parks and Greenways Service. It is has been established to support community parks and trails on Denman Island, and the participants are those that are defined as living as residents on Denman Island. In terms of accomplishments, we still continue to work towards the completion of the Denman Cross Island Trail. We are working on a 3.5 kilometer section between Owl Crescent and Gravelly Bay Ferry Terminal at the moment. And we do have our initial discussions on the downtown section. We actually have a concept plan at this stage, and we do have permits in place. So we are we are looking to do that construction for the downtown section in 2024, so this year. Trends and challenges, some of the big challenges is that as we add trails, as we add parks to our system, there are correspondingly increases to operational costs. These trails, as they're built, do need to be maintained in kind of perpetuity. We do have minimal reserves in this function, and that often means that the development of parks and trails often needs to be preceded by grant funding as available. The remaining sections of the Denman Island Cross Island Trail will be challenging to implement as we kind of move forward. So a few challenges there. We are kind of looking and have just put it out there to explore a potential operational service model that's similar to Hornby Island, where the CVRD would kind of manage the maintenance contract, and then the Island Residents Association would be more an advisory role. So that's kind of in the works, just kind of discussion, but there may be a way to potentially save some money through a model kind of change. Strategic priorities, we are working towards fulfilling the goals and objectives within the Denman Island Parks and Greenways Master Plan. So we are kind of looking to that plan for guidance. And the big initiative within that plan was the completion of the Denman Cross Island Trail, which we continue to work towards. In terms of human resources, a slight adjustment in 2024. And then in 2027, we are proposing a kind of a planned new parks technician gets allocated to all of the park services. Just as we kind of continue to add parks and continue to add trails, we're kind of struggling in terms of staff resources to maintain our current service levels. In terms of expenses, support services up slightly, personnel costs up slightly, and otherwise most of the stuff remains relatively stable there. Revenue, we are looking at a slight increase to taxation. Funding sources, again, we're looking at slight increases over time. That's largely to help us build up our reserves for this service. And that shows kind of the future 2025, 2020 projections. So in terms of capital, asset management, we do have a few asset management plans within the next 5 years. Morning Beach Stairs will need to be replaced likely we're looking at 2026. And the Build Me boat ramp will need some repairs. And we're looking at that in 2027. So you can see those numbers, the 70,000 in 2026 and the 65 for the Build Me. And then the 2025 in 2024 is for the downtown section. And I believe the 25,000 in 2028 is to explore washroom at Graham Lake. So again, looking towards the full build out of Denman Cross Island Trail and potential outhouse at Graham Lake. Our reserves remain, still fairly low. Future expenditure, trying to build that up over time. Capital works, you can see that is projected by 2028 that we're, down to a fairly low balance. So something that is of concern. An acquisition strategy and summary. So basically the summary is that as we plan or want to do large capital projects, we really are dependent on grant and community works funds, given the low amount of reserves that we have in this service. And park and trail maintenance is supported by DERA. We continue to work with our community organization, Residents Association over there, and we have a very strong and good relationship with DERA. So, big thank you to DERA for all their efforts with with helping us with the delivery of this service. So options would be to, we've got two options would be, one would be to approve this proposed financial plan. And secondly, to direct staff to continue to explore the full build out of the Denman CIT and looking at a update to the Denman Island Parks and Greenways master plan or management plan in 2028, since that was done in 2011. So it is in need of an update. Happy to take questions.
Director Robert.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, the last sections of the Cross Island Trail will be difficult, like the big hill and such. We'll rely on the Ministry of Transportation, I think, to help us out on that one. But I don't think they have any plans to do anything, so we can keep advocating, I guess, and see if we can find a solution. There's a couple things in regards to the Denman Island Park Service. And I got the note yesterday through email to try to do some outreach around the regional parks service on Hornby and Denman. I haven't responded, so I'll just speak now. I'm actually presenting at the Denman Islands Trust next week, and part of my presentation is the regional park service because the trustees ask questions as well. So for Islanders, they are being brought into this new service because under legislative requirements, we were not able to split out Hornby and Denman from Area A, and you needed everybody to be on board for the regional park service to proceed. So it's true that the awareness of this on the islands is lower than it may be elsewhere. And in Denman Island particularly, in regards to master plan, I'm wondering if we could move that up, because whereas Hornby has, 45, 50% parks, there's not going to be new parks on Hornby, I don't believe. But on Denman, they have, in their master plan, they have long-term ambitions around the center of the island. And I think that could be of significance to the regional park service. So, yeah, so let's try to close the loop for Denman. And even if, Mark, if you want to attend part of that session next week, I think I get 5 or 10 minutes for an update, so it's not very long, but and then the other one I was going to raise, yeah, that's a constituent that brought that up last week. So I'll just ask the question. So I know it's a bit out of scope, but Bill Mew was on there, and that constituency was asking what would it take if we wanted to take a section of our park and turn it into a tiny home village. And I was like, oh, okay, well, that's really thinking outside the box. Obviously, land is difficult to acquire on Denman. That's where the boat ramp is. But are you able to briefly speak to see if that's something that would be worthy of even investigating, or if we have constraints just around the nature of the park designation?
Yeah, through the chair, Doug would probably be better to answer this question, but my understanding is that we have there's restrictions in terms of what you can do on a park. It's really kind of about the service. The park is about outdoor recreation and conservation.
Yeah.
So my understanding is that wouldn't be possible, but it's something that I'm happy to further explore.
Okay, so maybe I could simply put that constituent in touch with staff and save you some.
Further explore.
Okay, further explore. Okay, I'll try to pass that on. I think that's it. The budget is pretty good, and I'm really happy to see. Are we able to stay within budget? I think for the downtown one, we had budgeted such a small amount. It was like 25 or 40,000 or something. Are we still in that range to complete that project?
Yeah, it's well, the section is quite small.
Yeah.
And a bunch of it's quite easy building in there. So 25,000 should be well enough for that construction of that. So we'll stay in budget there.
Yeah, that's great. I was there last week. I was there not that long ago with Dr. Hardy too, or at least we talked about it. But yeah, we were there together. And the structure for the covered space is now up. So the timber framing, it looks big and amazing. And you'll know that the CVRD we were an early contributor to that project. I think we put in nominal sum like 10 grand, but they turned it into 100-something thousand, if not more, project. It's looking beautiful. So when we do that downtown, it will just tie everything together. It's just going to be a mini renewal of the downtown. So very exciting. Thanks.
Well, you'll notice that it's probably the third biggest tax requisition on Denman Island is the parks requisition. It's almost $15 per 100,000. So obviously the Denman Islanders take their parks very seriously. And it's good news that we have a steady and consistent volunteer base on that one. So it makes a huge difference. People have to realize it's not government that makes things happen. It's people that make things happen in the end. So volunteers make the world go around. Okay, well, we're going to jump right into the recommendation if somebody can move it. Moved and seconded. Anybody opposed? That carries. Thank you very much. And on to Hornby Island. Oh,
Was that recommendation just on the first bullet there, the approval of the financial plan?
second one.
And I think that is a second recommendation there for committee to consider, but
I'll defer to the director.
Yeah, thanks. I'm just wondering, because we are doing the regional park work, is first of all the Denman Parks and Greenways master plan, is this a massive exercise? So that's something that we could do earlier in the next couple of years, realizing that the regional park service is gearing up at the same time.
I don't know if it's necessarily a massive exercise because it's an update. The one thing that I do want to just put out there is that staff resources are fairly limited. So we do have the regional park service that's currently ongoing, the strategic planning. The following year, we're going to need to do an update on our 621 parks management plan because that's also due. And we've got a number of management plans that need to be accomplished, whether that's for existing parks like Nip Falls and our new parks like Maris and Spike Road. So the reason that got pushed out to 2025 was largely a resource capacity challenge. But we can definitely look at kind of trying to move that forward and reprioritizing projects to make that happen if that's the desire of the committee.
I don't yet. I understand your workload, and I know I still have my pending around 621 around looking at the future of whether we keep the park service together or not, that analysis. So I'm prepared to pass it like that, and I'll do my own review to see if I can draw out anything when we come back to the park service to put into the regional park. So maybe I'll connect with the Denman Islanders on that. We can do our own mini review on the side outside of a formalized one. Thanks. So I'll move it as it is.
Okay. Retroactively moved, seconded, and passed. Moving right along, we go to Hornby Island.
I'm here to present the 620, which is the Hornby Island Community Parks and Service. And obviously this is to support community parks and trails on Hornby Island, with the participants being those on Hornby Island who are contributing to this service. In terms of accomplishments, lots of accomplishments on Hornby last year. Lots of staff efforts went into Hornby and largely into Mount Jeffrey. We put up all new directional signage and did a bunch of trail upgrades on Hornby or on Mount Jeffrey last year, and that was really based on the 2022 trail assessment report. So very happy to see all those efforts that went into all that new signage, and from what I've heard, that signage being well received by the residents of Hornby. And through all that kind of work, it did help us complete a number of our management goals and objectives that are within our Mount Jeffrey management plan. In terms of trends, challenges, opportunities, The operations are now delivered through private contractors on Hornby, and Hira is providing an advisory role that seems to be working very, very well. In terms of challenges, very similar to the Denman Island, we have minimal reserves, and that often means that the development of any parks and trails really often cannot proceed unless we get grant funding or community works funds in order to make those projects a reality. And then, the heavy summer visitation on Hornby Island puts pressure on our parks infrastructure. Terms of strategic priorities, for kind of our immediate priorities, we're looking at shingle spit boat ramp and the design and replacement of that infrastructure in the future. And we're continuing to work towards the goals and objectives within the Mount Jeffrey management plan. Human resources stays flat, and the only thing, just like the Denman piece, is that we are proposing for a planned new parks technician in 2027. So partial allocation towards this service. Expenses, support services up in this one as well, slight increases to personnel costs. Otherwise, fairly steady. We do have new debt that's related to the shingle spit boat ramp. Revenue, slight increases proposed, and that's largely to help us build up our reserves. And again, you kind of see that increase kind of over time to taxation amounts. And again, that's kind of related to reserves and our ability to manage our park assets effectively. Long-range projections. In terms of capital planning, we continue to work to replace assets as they come to the end of their useful life and upgrade those to meet safety standards. In terms of our capital plan, largely most of that stuff, the small 10,000 pieces are trail upgrades. We've got a little bit of sign work that we're proposing to do in 2026. And in 2027, look at some upgrading to some of the parking facilities on Mount Jeffrey. But the big one here is the shingle spit boat ramp in 2024. Reserves are low for this service. Future expenditures building slightly over time, and capital works reserves with the increases taxation. We're looking at trying to build out that reserve contributions there. And acquisition. In summary, again, our large capital projects are really reliant on grant and community works funds in order for us to deliver those capital works. It does help with our environmental stewardship and protection goals of service. We have strong community partnership with Hira, and we continue to within the Mount Jeffrey plan. There are actions to further First Nations interests, including some of the signage work that's planned for 2026. And recommendation would be to approve this proposed financial plan, and happy to take questions.
Directors, any questions? Director Arbor.
Yeah, thanks. That's good. I think for Hornby to do the boat ramp this year, I'm glad we found a way after 2 failed applications, and we moved some monies around to make it happen. So it'll be great to see that go forward. So are you expecting that would be a spring, summer kind of endeavor?
For the shingle spit?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, what we're looking at is for 2024 is largely design. Mm-hmm. And then looking for construction in 2025. So there are going to be a number of permitting requirements for that. So I imagine that will take up a bulk of kind of 2024 in terms of design and permitting, and with again, the construction plan 2025.
Right. The boat rent committee had become really small. Down to like 2 people. At one point, there was 6 or 8. So are you looking to seek them as an advisory committee to the design process, or working with through IRA?
Yes, we are kind of reaching out to the boat committee and definitely looking for their input.
Okay, great. Thank you. So yeah, I can move to approve.
Okay, the recommendation is moved and seconded. Seeing no further discussion, I'll call the question. Anyone opposed? That also carries. And now, the moment you've all been waiting for, areas A, B, and C, Parks and Greenway Service Function 621, and over to Mark again.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, we're here to present the 621 Bain Sound area of Electoral Area A, as well as the B and C Parks and Greenways service. And it's really to provide those parks and trails within that area for the public enjoyment, outdoor recreation and conservation efforts. In terms of accomplishments, 2023 was largely focused on design. So we did get final designs for our Lazo Greenway, which is a great partnership with the town of Comox as well as the Ministry of Transportation. And we are looking at trying to finalize an RFP to put that out to tender for construction in 2024. So that is moving along, and we've been working quite closely with our partners in engineering who are working on the Sir Baines project. So lots of good kind of internal synergies there with that project moving forward. We also did design efforts for Seal Bay, looking at Copeland Loop and trying to make that more of an accessible trail, as well as looking at Don Apps and trying to upgrade that trail with the addition of a staircase. And then design efforts around the Dyke Road Park, Green Shores concept plans. We did get a concept plan there. Again, a really large partnership based project. We were able to get a large sum of grant funding. So quite excited about that project and what it's going to bring moving forward. In terms of building, we did build a small section of trail up in area C in the Saratoga area to help connect into the Miracle Beach School. So really supporting that safe access to schools. And then we did do Macaulay Heights. We added a parking lot up there, which was very well supported. And again, a good partnership with the Macaulay Residents Association, which really helped kind of drive that project. So a thank you to them. In terms of trends, challenges, opportunities, you know, in terms of capital works and project delivery, used to be able, we could kind of do design within a year, and then we can kind of look at, you know, construction the following year. Permitting costs, permitting time is more challenging for capital works now. So we are finding that a lot of the design component is taking longer. Again, in terms of asset management, you know, as we add parks and as we add kind of infrastructure, it does increase our long-term operational costs. And it also our resource kind of inputs to kind of manage those new parks. Operational challenges continue. We do have carrying capacity issues in some of our parks, especially our more popular parks. We do continue to have challenges with weather events, and whether those are droughts or fires or floods that we need to kind of manage in our park service. We continue to have vandalism challenges, and we continue to have challenges in terms of storage space for our materials. We do have a fairly ambitious work plan. I believe we have approximately 35 items on our work plan right now, and that's kind of over and above our operational work. So we do have a limited amount of staff. So we are kind of at capacity, and we're just kind of asked that as we kind of add in the future additional kind of works or projects, that we might have to look at reprioritization of some of those work plan items in order to accomplish those changes. And then in terms of opportunities, once the regional parks strategic plan is completed, then we'll need to look at an update to this services parks plan. Obviously within the current one, there are kind of regional goals and objectives in there. So we can kind of look at kind of refining that, which is a really big opportunity for this service. Strategic priorities, we continue to implement our strategic plan, which is really kind of our driver for our service, as well as kind of our management plan. In terms of accessibility and equity, we are looking to upgrade the Copeland Loop to a more accessible trail, which I think will be really great. And then all the community partnerships, whether that's through our operations or through our capital projects, are just hugely important for this service. In terms of human resources, we've got a 0.2 there for in support of the seasonal bylaw compliance officer, so part of that. And then we do have another adjustment there. And that's for in support, partial support of a parks planner in 2024. So we can take some of that would be under this service, with the bulk of it under the regional park service, because we will need another planner to deliver that strategic plan. And then in 2027, we're looking at some more allocation as we wish to add another parks technician in 2027. In terms of expenses, we got increases to support services. We got increases to our personnel costs. We've got the contract services is down quite a bit, but there was a part of that was the grant. But the contracted services, if you take that grant out, they are still have gone down, and it's approximately 8%. We do have debt charges that continue with our purchase of the Spike Road property. Revenues, we're looking at kind of that small increases, 50 grand per year. And then, again, in terms of funding, it's projected out to be those, like I said, slight increases of 50K per year to support. Operating budget. I think I've touched on most of those things, I believe. And then in terms of capital, asset management. So in terms of 2024, what we're planning is the Copeland Loop, but we're also looking at the Dawn Apps and looking to do a staircase on part of that trail. We continue to deal with erosion on problems on that trail. It's a very, very popular trail. So we want to make sure that that trail is there, but it's being sustained in a manageable way. We are looking at the Barber Road boardwalk with some just basically some upgrades on that, and we got to replace our bridge railings at Bear Creek Nature Park. So the capital, it's a bit, I guess, a bit hard to see from what we got on the slide there, but for 2024, we've got basically works in Seal Bay. Again, we're trying to concentrate on our flagship parks, the parks that are getting the most visitation and most heavy use. We're looking at kind of works to address the one spot trail gaps and some work on our Spike Road property. We got the Dyke Road Park Green Stores project in there, as well as the Lazo Greenway. So quite a few big capital projects in 24, and some of them are quite complex. The Lazo Road and the Dyke Road Park projects are both quite complicated projects. Within there too, I just want to kind of note that we do have 175,000 in community works funds requested for the in support of the Union Bay Playground at the community hall. And then we've also got a $350,000 contribution from this service towards the implementation of the Royston active transportation piece. Long-term capital gives you a snapshot of our reserves. Future reserves are capital, so we're kind of slowly building that up. Strategic plan reserve, which is really to support the delivery of the priorities within the strategic plan. Our acquisition reserve. I think there's that 825,000 there is just projected for hopefully to help us support a crossing across the Solon River in relation to the one spot. Our DCCs. And in a summary, I think all of the main drivers of this of the board, they're all captured within this service. The park maintenance is largely delivered through not-for-profits and our mental health groups. It's a very, very effective way to deliver maintenance and operations on our park. And we're very thankful for all those not-for-profits and mental health groups that help support us throughout the year. It's obviously a big driver with environmental stewardship and protection, lots of community partnerships, whether that's residents associations that support this service or other not-for-profits. We continue to work with Comox First Nation and make sure that we're following their CHIP protocols and continue to foster and build those relationships with Comox. And we are continuing to try to increase accessibility pieces within our parks. So in terms of recommendations, we got a recommendation to support the allocation of community works funds for the following projects. For the Lazo Greenway project, 200,000 in community works funds, 50,000 for doing some upgrades, restoration work within Masters Nature Park, and then a Modi Shaw Greenway, which is a connection towards the Huban School from the community up in the Langlois Road community for 30,000, and then the Union Bay Playground on the community hall sites for 175,000, and then that the proposed budget be approved, including those allocations for community works funds. Happy to take questions.
Questions? Yes, we have some. Director Arby, you're first.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'll try to be cheerful about it, I guess, but in March, I only had one request in the strategic planning in the entire session, and it was for us to complete in the past year the analysis of the equity piece in the park service between Area B and C, and to see if we should split out Area A from Area B and C. And your presentation reaffirmed that we continue to invest in our flagship parks, and I would highlight that, we don't really have a flagship park in Area A. Maybe we have the Royston to Cumberland Trail and the Royston Trail, but the main ones are Silby and Falls, etc., with a lot of emphasis on the one spot trail. So I don't want to complain about it. I want the information so that we actually have facts in front of us to understand the equity. And we didn't, again, this is the only thing I'd asked for in the entire strategic planning session last year. So we don't have that today. So in regards to Union Bay, I'm actually at the Union Bay Community Club tonight. It's their EGM, and obviously the playground is generating a lot of excitement. I'll be quite happy to support the 175 requests.
Yeah, we're just discussing that the service review will be coming forward at the February 27th EASC. So we apologize for the delay, but getting all the financial numbers took a bunch of doing and obviously a bunch of work and resource time, but it is proposed to come forward.
Yeah, and
This
I
month.
realize everything you said earlier, that it's really busy at Park, so I want to acknowledge that as well. But I still needed to state that. Where was I? Okay, so what I'm hearing from the community club is that the park project is actually a little bit more expensive than anticipated. The numbers I'm hearing are more than 300,000 plus. I know it hasn't been presented that, but the community talks about it. So in that eventuality where the project is more than 175, do we have ideas for how we can make sure that all the various elements of that particular projects are completed?
Yeah, I have had discussions with the designer that's leading that project, and I did ask them to kind of try to reduce the scope a little bit, and kind of look at. I think there's, a bunch of money was, I think, looking at the geotechnical issues of that slope. So maybe we need to look at potentially a different location, or trying to kind of size down the kind of large streams a little bit. But I think that's kind of, we're trying to work through that. Like, I think we were able to deliver a playground in Fanny Bay for approximately 100,000. So I think we're already at, we've given them 25,000. This would be an extra 175. So we're at kind of, would be 200,000 in community works funds towards this project. So my feeling is that they need to kind of look at scope a little bit. But happy to kind of support them and have been working through that process with them.
Yeah, thanks. I guess my comment would be not knowing the equity piece between the three areas. And second, I would say that what I like about the conversations around the full extent of what they want to do is that we are inheriting the Washer Creek Park through Union Bay Estates.
Yeah.
And that whole area of the community hall will become the central access to all of this. So when they talk about wanting to put a trail that joins Tappan Street into the playground and do some improvements around the river, to me, that's wise investment, considering that in the near future, we're going to have a set of main trails for the community to access through there. So I would just like to say that I actually wouldn't mind if you brought back to the table something that is not scoped down, but that we look at. And when I see at all the hundreds of thousands of dollars that are going to go to the parks in the northern section, if we can squeeze out another 100 or 125 for Union Bay, I think the residents would definitely feel like they're getting something, so outside of community works funds. Thanks.
Yeah, I mean, if I can just comment on that. I mean, it's up to the directors if they wish to put in more than 175K from the community works funds, and that's an open option for that project.
Thanks very much. Oh, you want to answer that? That's fine. Okay. Yeah, I think we're all very aware of the inequity piece on the flagship parks. So of course, you have to remember that a lot of these things fell into our lap because we had Bear Creek Park was bequeathed, as well as Marist Park, and another park beside Marist is now in the works again. So we're looking for some benevolent benefactors in Area A to sign over the deed to their property, which would help enormously. And obviously, we've got all the development, pretty much the lion's share of it in electoral areas is going to be directed towards the south. So I'm hoping there'll be some more opportunities arising from that development and other developments in that area. So just to reiterate, it wasn't something that was due to forethought. A lot of these things just fell into our laps. But yeah, I mean, we did have a real close call down south around Rosewell area one time. We just about got a big piece down there, but it all fell through at the end. So not for lack of trying. My question was going to be around the, first of all, when we had the slide up for bylaw, it was kind of isolated. But as you probably are very well aware, we're still having a lot of problems with people from outside the area bringing their dogs off leash, and the dogs attacking farm animals. In fact, this year, I think one particular farmer, I guess, lost 2 or 3 heifers due to effects caused by dogs off leash. The guy's walking with this big dog, and the farmer says, "Where is your leash?" And he goes, "Oh, it's right here." And then, of course, being it was the calving season, the dog took off and started chasing the calves and causing great distress to some of the heifers as well. In fact, one had to be put down. So obviously, there is a little bit of bylaw being put into that, but I'm just wondering, I mean, we've been talking about this now for over 13 years, and even all the education, all the signage up there telling people to keep the dogs on leash don't seem to matter, because my dog never did this before. This is the first time, as they jump back in their car and drive back to the city. So what plans do we have in the long term to actually protect, that's the pixelated part down there, to protect the property owners in the area from mindless people on the trails that really don't get it. I mean, obviously we have some minor fines we can bring to bear, but catching somebody in the act is a whole other thing. So, I think it's very important when we talk about extension of the one spot trail, we absolutely need the support of the agricultural community. So just putting it out there, whatever we're doing for bylaw is not working. That's the first question. The other thing I wanted to know, and this was probably for Lucy, is that we also have a parcel tax. Is that number 840? The parcel tax we have that we brought in 2011 to basically help build the kitty up for purchasing of parks when they become available. I'm just wondering where it lives. I must have missed it.
Yeah, I can probably answer that, but we do have a parcel tax. I believe it brings in 193,000 in revenue each year.
And it's been fixed for 12 years at $19 or something, isn't it?
That's correct.
So maybe we should look into adjusting it for inflation a little bit. And of course, directing all the money to Area A. Just a thought. So yeah, I'm just firing a shot over the bow here, because it is very serious that some mindless people just don't get it. And they enjoy our parks. They don't pay a penny towards it. And if we want to keep it, open to the public as much as possible. But if we lose support of the agricultural community, then, we may as well roll up our carpet.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I can take a shot at answering that. Obviously I don't kind of work with bylaw, and that's not really where I'm at. But I think we did have some success when we had this position a few years ago, just being out there and having a presence in our parks. And then people knowing that a bylaw officer who's a bit more dedicated towards enforcing and educating the bylaw out there, I think we were starting to get a little bit of change and a little bit of compliance. And then we lost that bylaw position, and then we kind of got back to kind of where we're at now. So the hope is that by having this seasonal bylaw person back and established, that we can have more presence in that park, that people are aware that someone is around and the possibility is there of being fined. And I think we will start to see or hope to see a bit more compliance when it comes to that. But I agree with you. The dogs off leash is a concern, and it's definitely a challenge.
maybe a little more communications as well.
Yeah, we can
to the
definitely look
general
at that.
public, because I mean, there's going to be that 10% that really don't give a damn regardless, so. And yeah, just again, on the parcel tax, maybe that's something we can discuss at a later date and put it in the parking lot. Because we're still in keeping, though, we're pretty close on the rounding $15 per 100,000 mark on Hornby, Denman and the areas A, B, and C parks. So we're holding pretty much the same tax requisition as the islands. So that's good. Anyway, enough of me. I think Director Hardy has something.
Yeah, thanks. If we could go back to the reserves, just wondering how much we have in reserves right now. So we're sitting at approximately $2.9 million in reserves right now.
That's correct.
So going back to the question that Director Arbor had asked with regards to the costs associated with developing the park and making a contribution of 175,000, is there a means of taking some additional funds out of the reserves to help out with the Union Bay Park? Is that a huge ask when we're looking at what we're sitting in reserves right now?
Yeah, I think what we need to look at is, what each of those reserves was for and what we can actually draw from. So if the strategic plan reserve is for our priorities within our Parks and Greenways strategic plan, our Parks Acquisition Reserve Fund is actually for parks acquisition, and our development cost reserve can only be used for those projects that have been indicated within our development cost charge report. So I think, and the future expenditures for our uncertainty. So it looks like the draw would really need to come from our capital works reserve. So if I look at the capital works reserve, we do have an opening balance there, but we do have some large transfers coming out this year. So that's going to get drawn down fairly heavily. But again, it's kind of up to this board. If they wish to draw more from that reserve, then we will take that direction.
I think Doug DeMarzo and or Lucy may want to weigh in as well. There's probably a few points of discussion here.
Who's this and/or person?
Sure, thank you. So through the chair, I thought I just had just a couple of thoughts. So from the perspective of using some of the community works reserves to further enhance the Union Bay project, if the directors want to use some of these dollars as we go further into the next cycle, for example, and Director Greaves, you brought up the whole conversation about the parcel tax. Absolutely, going into 2025, I think it's an opportunity for us to come back to this service and ask ourselves, so what are these, what do we need the reserves for? Come back to the asset management planning and then consider our funding sources. So maybe some more should come from parcel taxes, and we can take opportunity to adjust the parcel tax and bring more dollars in order to be able to build these reserves better to take care of all of the new projects or asset replacement that we need to do as well. So if you're wishing to use more dollars out of this capital works reserves to do projects that you're considering for this cycle, then what we can do is adjust and raise further dollars as we go into 2025 and beyond.
Fair enough. And Doug?
Just back to the current siting of the Union Bay Playground, there might be some complications with using our reserve funds, as it's just a third-party contribution we're doing right now through the community works funds. Parks isn't planning on having either ownership or entering into a lease agreement with the community club there for the playground. So before that decision is made, I'd recommend we either park it or you, at the end of this presentation, ask for staff to come back with a more thorough analysis of how to provide further funding for that specific project.
Director Hardy?
I don't have a problem with parking it and having a conversation, a little bit more fulsome discussion about it later on. But again, there's lots of assets at the CVRD or, well, there's lots of resources that the CVRD puts into facilities that they don't own the property on at the end of the day. And there doesn't seem to be too much of a controversy with that one. But like I said, I'd like to have a more fulsome discussion about this later on. Maybe this other item that I bring up with regards to the regional parks, and when we start looking at Seal Bay Park and whether that should fall under the regional parks instead of under the community parks, if that's something that would help out with regards to dollars for park service down the road here. To me, the whole entire Comox Valley, to me, folks on Vancouver Island, tourism from the mainland, etc. I mean, we have a lot of folks that come to Seal Bay Park. So I've asked the question a couple of different times with regards to whether or not the Seal Bay Park should fall under the regional park service or if it continues to stay under the community service. And maybe we can park that one as well. But I think it's a conversation that we need to have. Also with regards to the flagship parks that we do have, and if there is a concern with regards to asset management down the road or core services that still need to be funded or personnel to do the maintenance at these parks, whether or not we should be considering a parking fee at the flagship parks to help with dealing with some of those costs that we're going to have to look after down the road with regards to asset management and trail maintenance, etc. Thanks.
If I could just weigh in on the idea of Seal Bay as a regional park, and certainly the Regional Parks Committee is looking at its strategic plan right now. And I think those are some of the considerations that they're having around what is the scope and scale of the regional park service, and before moving any particular pieces of land into that regional park service, that strategic planning exercise is really important to ensure that there's a valley-wide consideration given to whatever that regional park service takes on. And so until that happens, then the Seal Bay Park will continue to be under the ABC parks. But it's a worthy discussion. I think it is something that's going to be part of the Regional Parks Committee conversations. And then, yeah, Mark, if you've got anything else on other comments there from Director Hardy.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the only comment I can have is that through the all the background reports and studies that were done that kind of led up to the establishment of the Regional Park Service, the consensus really was that it should be about driving new parks and kind of new regional trails to help with kind of the carrying capacity for the municipal parks as well as the electoral area parks. And once you start to kind of look at existing parks, it starts to kind of muddy the waters about what is regional. Because I think if you look at each of the municipalities and you look at the electoral areas, they probably each have parks that could be considered regional in nature. So it ends up being, I think what our consultant had found through the background report is that it's often better to just have a clean slate with regional parks and just look at kind of new parks that would benefit everyone as a region. Those conversations obviously can happen through this strategic planning process, but through the process that we're looking at right now, we are trying to focus on kind of new parks rather than folding existing parks into the service.
Doug, did you want to add something?
Let's quickly comment on the parking fee. Obviously, looking at revenue sources for parks could help with many of the projects we're looking at in the future. One of the parking fees have been long thought of in many different areas, and at some point in the 90s were becoming a bit of a trend in some parks, especially provincial parks. One of the things to consider there is the importance of inclusivity and barrier-free access. Already, many of our parks require people to perhaps own a car, carpool, gas money to get to our parks. Additional charges for already a low barrier type service where people can be healthy and provide wellness. In some cases, that parking fee does become the tipping point where people would decide not to visit that park. So it's really balanced in that conversation of health and wellness. And then the revenues and projections to actually implement a parking fee system can be challenging where you don't actually see a lot of revenue either. So there's a number of pieces there, but it's also another way you could, when you talk about carrying capacity, where the parking lots are consistently full, it becomes another way to manage carrying capacity. So there is a number of pieces there that we could look into further, but it'd probably be wise to, if this EASC wanted us to look for other revenue opportunities for parks, that might be the way that you'd give staff direction.
Keep our thinking caps on. Director Arbor?
Yeah, thanks. In regards to Director Hardy's remarks, well, first of all, thanks for trying to think outside the box around the union based situation. That's appreciated. And second, in regards to including, there's two main ones, Hill Bay and Nim Falls, in my opinion, are clearly regional. I wouldn't qualify it, maybe staff can qualify it as consensus. I think for the EA directors, it's more resignation than consensus in terms of only looking at new parks. I think we've consistently talked for the last 3 years, each of us, to say that we were carrying assets that are regional. And I also acknowledge some of the parks in the municipalities might qualify as well. But I think we won't have those conversations because I think you're right that the cast has set around just looking at new parks in the strategic planning process. I have a question because I will try to report back to the club tonight, even though we're still on, we're not in formalized budget, like that'll be later in March. But what is our current plan for access to Washer Creek, to that trail network that's going to be developed? Do we have another access on the other side of the bridge that we're contemplating, or are we thinking that people will access that trail network through the community club's property?
Yeah, I mean, thank you for that question. I mean, that's still built in with the MDA. So as part of the MDA, the developer is meant to provide us with a design for that park and then build that park. So at this stage, we're still waiting for the design from the developer for that Union Bay Nature Park.
Right, knowing that he's already installed trails on the south side of the creek, which I doubt that will end up on the north side of the creek. So what I'm trying to hint at is I think we will have to deal with the community club. I think the community is already used to utilizing that property to access, and there's willingness at the club to continue that. So definitely I will support, would have liked to just make the allocation today, but I also understand Doug's warning around it being not our property, but I would definitely do the motion for staff to look at ways and means to secure another 150,000 to the project. I would really like it if it was outside Community Works funds, because as you all know, we're very tapped out in Area A with Community Works funds. So yeah, that would satisfy me for today. Hopefully there can be some pathway open up to try to figure it out. Again, I'll reiterate, I think we will be best served to figure these things out before Union Bay Estates start, formalizing all of their trails. And that connectivity, that's one of the hubs in the Union Bay, right? This is going to be an improvement. And rather than just to do the playground and isolate it and people have to go back on the highway to access it, that connection to Tappan Street, I think long term for the next 200 years will be just extremely valuable. Thanks.
Okay, so we have a motion before us. Somebody wants to move it, or?
Well, Mr. Chair, I'm just wondering if
Amend it?
this is one of those services that we can come back on February 26th. And there's certainly been some request for that consideration of additional funding to the Union Bay, whether that be Union Bay Playground or Union Bay Parks projects in general. I think it's probably worthy to bring this one back in a couple of weeks' time. I'm not sure if there can be analysis on the parcel tax amount as well in that couple of weeks, but certainly if not in a couple of weeks, then that can be looked at for a subsequent financial plan. I'm seeing a nod from Lucy, and I think that would probably be my suggestion, is that this matter be referred for the next EASC meeting. And then I'm just asking Lucy and Mark and Doug, if you have enough information from the directors today in terms of what to come back with, or do you need any further clarity on these particular matters?
Doug?
With regards to the parcel tax, are you envisioning a communications plan to set a potential increase to a number? Or are you just looking at a range, like you thinking 20% or? Because the conversation has happened internally many times in the past, so getting the numbers won't be a challenge, but what range are you envisioning, I suppose? Or do you want us to come back with a variety of options?
Coming back with several options would be wise. We know it's at $19 per parcel at this time, and we know what that generates. And then understanding that range of options could be helpful for the EASC and thinking about its reserve contributions and health status of those reserve funds. And then whether that be applied in 2024 or subsequent years would be a consideration for the EASC.
I think more of a modest increase, I don't think it has to be major, but we just have not reviewed it since 2011 or 2012, so it might be a good idea. So
Lucy, did you want to add?
you want to add something, Lucy?
Through the chair, I just wanted to add that for parcel tax for 2024, it's too late in our process to increase that for 2024, but we certainly can start to give consideration for drawing some further funds from that means into 2025 and beyond.
Designed the parcel tax, it was unique in the fact that we also got the agricultural community on board. And it was also unique in the fact that the $19 was only paid for one parcel, even though because a lot of farms have more than one parcel, but they only pay for one as long as those parcels were contiguous and owned by the same principals. That made it acceptable for the agriculture community, because otherwise they could have 5 different $19 parcel taxes on the same farm. So, and I remember BC Assessment saying, that's not right. That's not the way to do it. Well, that's the way we did it. So I will entertain a referral back to staff on this one. Or do you want to defer to the next EASC? What be the referral? Okay. So motion to refer. Okay. Any opposed? That carries. Okay, at this point in time, we've been sitting here for an hour and a half. I'm going to call a 5-10 minute recess just to stretch our legs and get a cup of coffee. Thank you. bring forward the Hornby Island Comfort Station Local Service Area Function 688. And over to Doug
I think actually
and Mark.
Mark Harrison will be introducing this one, the Hornby Island Comfort Station Local Service Area. So Mark.
Thank you, James. Yeah, we're here to present the 688 Hornby Island Comfort Station service and its support. Community outhouse services on Hornby Island, with the participants being those residents of Hornby Island. In terms of 2023, we started the work, the permitting work towards refurbishing or replacing the Little Tribune Bay outhouse. So that still is kind of work in progress, but we are hoping to do that project replacement in this year in 2024. Trends, challenge, and opportunities. Challenges, strong summer visitation on Hornby Island, and we have aging infrastructure. That's kind of led to a bunch of capital improvement requests from the community. The challenge to that is that the reserves are not sufficient to support those capital requests. And then we also have archaeological sensitivity on Hornby Island that we need to be well aware of and work to support. There is an opportunity here, or what we're recommending is to do a conditions assessment so that we can really better understand what the existing outhouse infrastructure needs will be in the future. In terms of expenses, the big one there is the conditions assessment, which we've are proposing $5,000 in 2024. And then the minor capital piece is the is to complete that outhouse project on Little Tribune. Revenue, we are proposing a taxation increase, and that is to allow us to build reserve funds so that we can tackle these capital work requests to deal with the aging outhouse infrastructure. Once we kind of get that initial bump up, we are projecting or proposing that we keep the taxation flat in future years. Nothing really to highlight on the expense side. Here's our reserves for our FE reserve. So fairly small, just kind of slowly building it up. And then through the summary, again, this project, this is supported through and delivered through an operational grant to HERA. So we thank the HERA for supporting and delivering this service for us. And our option, our recommendation is to approve this proposed financial plan, and happy to take questions if there are any.
Any questions from the directors? Director Arbor?
Yeah, thanks. And again, acknowledging the work that Hara has done, and especially I think Tony that really stepped up. The committee had dwindled to very small, and I think the last couple of years he's filled the space. So it's always great to see capable volunteers step in. In regards to the budget for this year, I have no issues. Just a heads up. A number of years ago, and in fact, in my first year with when Ian Smith was still here, we had met with the co-op because at the time they were gonna. And you come to that, Doug? I think you might have come to that meeting. Yes, you were there. That's right. Upstairs in a very small room. No, okay, not you. Anyways, so at the time they were going to rebuild a co-op, and then we had initiated a discussion around public washrooms for that entire area, or some kind of partnership between the CVRD and the co-op, and then it died because they didn't proceed. But just a little heads up that they are now in pre-planning for the building. They're actually, yeah, so it's pretty major project for Hornby. So if that discussion arises in your conversations through the year, like, don't hesitate to bring it back to this table for further discussion. I'll be supportive of seeing if there's a way that we can help, acknowledging that area services, like, that's the hub and for Hornby. So there's a lot of people, a lot of visitors that go through there, and we still have just that basic outhouse kind of service, right? So yeah, just thought I'd flag that. Otherwise, good to go on the budget. Thanks.
Seeing no other questions or comments, recommendation is before us. Moved and seconded. Anyone opposed? That carries. Now to bring forward the delegation here, we have the Hornby Arts, Andrew Mark, and Sheila Morissette is joining us on Zoom. I'd like to invite Andrew up to the podium. It's only a lectern, it's not really a podium, but to the lectern. Okay, no, that's fine. You sit right there and you can just press the little mic in front of you, pull it to your face and press the little button and Andrew, you're on the air.
I think I'm actually going to hand it over to Sheila to start. Thank you.
Hi,
Welcome, Sheila.
hello, everyone. Just trying to see if I'm able to share screen with you. Sorry. Gosh, oh dear. Having a little technical problem here with sharing the screen.
I think Lisa can run the presentation for you.
Okay.
think it's
that would
Just
be
give her a
fine
sec here to
also.
get it up. Oh, there you go.
Actually, are you able to see that now? Yes?
I think that's from this end.
Okay, all
I
right.
think,
So it's okay
we're
to
up and
start?
running, are we?
We're good to go?
Yep, we're good to go.
Okay, perfect. So I'd like to introduce myself. My name's Sheila Morissette, and I am the board chair for Hornby Arts. And in person there, you have Andrew Mark, who is our former ED and now a financial administrator working for Hornby Arts. And we have just a few slides that I'm going to run through, and then Andrew's going to speak as well. And I'd like to begin by just acknowledging that we are on the traditional unceded territory of the Comox and Pentlatch First Nations. And let's see. Okay, so thank you very much. We are building a new art center on Hornby Island. It's a little more exciting than toilets, but public toilets. Anyway, it's pretty exciting for us. This is a dream that's been many, many years in the making, and the new art center is well in progress. We're just in the process of having the drywall put up. We have received other grants for trails and landscaping and signage. And we are anticipating opening this year in 2024. And we are looking for your support. We do appreciate the support you have already given us as well. So maybe we could have the next slide. We wanted to let you know a little bit about some of our current operating and programming. So here you can see on the screen, this is Zophine Sheehy, and she's a videographer who works with us. She's creating archival quality documentaries on many local Hornby Island artists. We also have other grants that are that we have to. One of them is for us to update our bookkeeping and have a CRM. Other grants to help us with our opening. We have received money for strategic planning and also planning to help us with our opening. And we have grants that help us with networking with Denman Island. And we have, obviously, we're working on our grants too, just for operating. Okay, thank you. So upcoming grants that we have applied for are grants for our opening. We do festivals in conjunction with the Blues Festival, the Herring Festival, and the Hornby Island Music Festival. We have studio tours in the summer and in the winter. We do mixers. We have these documentaries that I mentioned, but we're also wanting to do a documentary series on Hornby Island architecture and another grant on revitalizing the local music scene. We also have installations we do at the hall and at the co-op, and grants as well for staffing and administration, internships and summer jobs. We have applied for a grant from the province for phase 2 of the Hornby Island or of the Art Center, and we haven't heard yet on that, but we are excited and hopeful about possible phase 2 and expanding the Art Center. Okay, go ahead. And we are counting on your support. We thank you very much in 2019 when you committed 175,000 for the Art Center. We started wanting to build and wanting to build a $1.8 million art center in 2020. And then we've had some consultations with regard to taxation for operating funds so that we can operate and keep the heat and lights on. And so I guess we have a request, and maybe it's better if I just turn this to Andrew at this point.
Okay. Thank you, Sheila. So I'm just going to read quickly here. Hello, everyone. It's been a while since I've been here, and it's nice to see old faces and new. Currently, I work for the Comox Valley Art Gallery in town here and for Vancouver Island University as a postdoctoral fellow. However, many of you know I'm also a former executive director of the Hornby Island Arts Council. I'm a full-time resident on Hornby. I moved 12 times in 4 years with kids before securing housing before the pandemic. I've spent a term on the Hornby Island Residents and Ratepayers Association executive. I wrote my doctorate on Hornby Island's art scene, and my partner is a social worker and instructor at NIC, and we have 2 kids in the school. And I share all this to underscore why I'm here today. I well remember in 2017 when the Arts Council could offer $20 an hour for 10 hours a week in the summer, working in a seasonal trailer to its executive director. I intimately understand the staff work that was involved in developing the funding for the construction of the Arts Center, taking $100,000 in private fundraising to over $2 million in public and private dollars. I watched the annual operating budget move from $30K a year to $300,000 with commensurate staffing, given that only a third of that budget came through COVID-related hiring programs that are now ramping down. Since stepping down as executive director of the Hornby Island Arts Council in 2020, I have spent my time working on Walk With Me, an arts-based research project based here in the Comox Valley that is confronting the toxic drug poisoning crisis in our local communities. The project originates at the front steps of the city's arts organization with a public facility, working with and responding to community, and has garnered numerous accolades. It recently won the largest funding award ever given by the federal government to an arts organization. So your local gallery does an incredible job leveraging local tax dollars to bring provincial and federal dollars into the Comox Valley. And if the Hornby Island Arts Council can secure local tax support, it can do the same. Recently, I've been working with the Hornby Island Arts Council, helping it to prepare to open the new Arts Center. I learned last week that local tax dollar support for the Arts Council regular operations and projects has fallen from $9,500 in 2021 to $2,500 in 2022 to $0 for 2023 and 2024. In September, the province will review the Hornby Island Arts Council's financials for the last 2 years and determine whether or not it will directly match local tax support. There is none to match at this time, and that lack will profoundly impact the operating capacity of the Arts Council and the success of all its applications for project funding to the province, by extension, the federal government. In other words, all operations and projects in motion, approximately 300,000 you just saw, will be put at risk. You can talk to your gallery staff and Courtney about how the province views investing in institutions that have $0 in local tax support. This situation is the product of an organization working overtime to overcome enormous challenges through the pandemic, and it's easily fixed. There's good news. We have already consulted, engaged with our community, and it has held a public vote in support of providing local tax support to the operations expenses of the Arts Centre, expenses like the washrooms that will replace the outhouses funded by the CBRD. If the CBRD can make a significant deposit on that mandate before September, the Hornby Island Arts Council will, as promised to our community, restrict those dollars for the exclusive use outlined in the CBRD staff report from 2021 for lights on access expenses. And it will not draw down on those dollars until the building opens. So no matter what, the Arts Council will need funds immediately on hand to energize the building the moment it is ready. And if the larger the deposit that the CBRD can make, the better the province and federal government will view the operations and projects underway and proposed for enlivening the new Arts Centre. So opening the Arts Centre with $0 in local tax support on record for operations is difficult to contemplate. It will affect job loss, will lose matching funds, and will cripple the Arts Council for years to come. So I will conclude by observing again the incredible proven record the Hornby Island Arts Council has for leveraging all support it has ever received from the CBRD, and that the promise of project work receiving national support, like the Walk With Me project and the Comox Valley Art Gallery enjoys, that's what hangs in the balance. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We have
And
actually
do we
one more
have
slide.
comments or questions from the directors at this point? Seeing none at this point, then I will ask for a motion to receive, because I was remiss in not bringing that forward first. So a motion to receive this delegation of the information from the two. Moved and seconded. Anyone opposed? That carries. Okay, I would like to thank Hornby Arts for bringing this forward, and it will be considered. Generally, we would consider things not at the meetings presented, but the meeting after. So we usually give it a little percolation time. But tying into this, we brought forward the Function 670, which is Hornby Island Community Facility Service. And Dr. Marzo is going to present on that. Thank you.
Good morning, and through the chair, I'm here to present the Hornby Island Community Facilities Service. This primarily supports the community hall on Denman Island. It's really about providing operational dollars and capital infrastructure improvements to that community hall. This paid in from the defined portion of Electoral Area A, being Hornby Island. Over 2023, they supported numerous community events and really were focused on their rental-based kind of strategy that community hall uses to host those events and provide a great atmosphere and space. They also did a water tank replacement and a new fire alarm panel, as well as some work to the roof. Coming forward, they're really going to focus on accessibility upgrades with the capital funding. And as you see here, and was just alluded to in the conversation, Hornby Island's Arts Centre is requesting $35,000 to operate a new arts center. And they've appeared as a delegation. That was their request in our budget. So we'll speak to that a little bit later in the presentation. And there is room in this service to fund that. Currently, we have about 122,000 going out in grants. There's a little bit of a decrease in that 2024 budget that's from an operational perspective because there was a carry forward. And then there's a little, probably this slide shows it better, but basically we're looking at $100,000 a year, and that focuses on approximately $72,000 in operating funds, and then the remaining being in about capital expenditures. The revenue here is all from taxation. Again, you see the taxation levels and the granting to the organization primarily being to operate the community hall. So you see an increase over the years in the future expenditure reserve. Well, I guess a decrease as we move forward, and ending in a balance of 157,000, which is some transfer to operating just because the operating supports the capital piece in this budget. And basically in partnership, we have the community hall as a rental of all hall, provides many opportunities for the community, and they're looking from accessibility, diversity and equity and inclusion piece. Lots of events that are offered and that are inclusive to the community, and dances as well as accessibility upgrades, hopefully being completed in 2024. And finally, we have a couple options for you here. If you want staff to report back on the feasibility of supporting Hornby Islands Arts Center 2024 operations ask, its potential being half, given the timing of when their building will be open. We're suggesting potentially amending the budget for 17,500, or the second option, which is just to continue to do that now at this meeting. So I'll take any questions.
Thank you very much, Doug. And Director Arbor.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks Doug and Andrew earlier for the presentation. I got to have a little tour, a pre-tour of the building last week. And it is going to be an amazing building. There's no doubt about it. Beautiful and I think functional for exhibits and otherwise. So a lot of work has gone on by so many people in bringing that building forward, as Andrew highlighted. And it's definitely going to add to the cultural space on Hornby Island in a big, major way. So yeah, so in 2021 there was that request. I think, as Andrew explained, there was also a huge COVID burst across the arts in many ways across the province and on Hornby as well. So I guess for me, it's good. This is supported by the 2021 motion that HIRA passed. And what I would say is on Hornby, the facilities are notably supported at a much higher rate than other communities. To see our facilities function go up to 100 grand, when I think Union Bay Hall, it's what, at 15,000 still. And I think that's about what we put, and that's kind of what we see in other facilities. So yeah, it speaks to the value that the other community places on those buildings and facilities. So yeah, I'm fine to support the recommendation, but I think moving forward for future years, it would be really good to see the full operation plan. I think Andrew alluded to that, to understand how all those pieces are going to fit together between provincial support and local government support and federal support if feasible, but just for us to have a better long-term pathway to understand how that's going to all fit as we contemplate contributions to future years. So prepared to move forward with that. And as HIAC continues to work towards the opening of the building, definitely they have my support to try to get to the finish line and get to that opening in the near future. Thanks.
Thank you very much. So I see no further questions or comments. And we have a recommendation or two recommendations. We have to pick one of the two.
Yeah, I think so. And maybe Doug, you can just clarify. I think we're looking for either a report back on the feasibility of funding that, or a decision today to fund it at 17,500 through function 670.
And over to the director, I guess.
That's correct.
Yeah, I will move too, but if I can adjust to add at the end, the request of 17,500 to support the operation of Hornby Island Art Center be approved and included within the 2024-28 recommended financial plan. And further, that staff reports back to our committee with the long-term operational plan for Hornby Island Arts. Would that be okay for budget purposes?
Yeah, that's fine for budget purposes. I think staff had discussions around longer term agreements and stuff with the
Yeah.
Hornby Island Arts, but I think we maybe put that referral back comes at a later period, because I think it's important that they get open and operating in order for us to have that true discussion of what the operations look like. So I think for the 2025 budget cycle would be helpful.
Yeah.
For that second part of your motion.
I'm fine with that. And when I look at multi-year agreements, looks like I'll just comment outside of the service, like we're not doing many of them right now. And I think there's these questions even in the rural grant are coming up that probably going to come up in that service discussion. I think well, you can comment on it. We started doing some, but they're by no means normal operating business for our organization yet.
That's correct. I think, given the time and complexity and renewals of them in staff time, we've kind of taken the focus that if it's not meeting like a $50,000 type agreement per year,
Yeah.
then it's probably best that we just continue it on a budget process through something like this, where it gets through the budget cycle and approved through the budget cycle.
Yeah, and I'm sure if I was HIAC, I would argue, well, you know, you have HIRA and HISEEK and others, and DERA, those are long established and they tend to be on 5-year circle, but we haven't done that in between. So I think if we explore all that with HIAC in the next future, that will posit us well for the long term.
Okay.
Okay, so that's clear as mud. Do we have that, Lisa?
With the addition of, and finally, that staff report back with long-term operational plan.
In due time, yeah, and collaboration.
In due course, in due time.
Of course, yeah.
Okay, so that's the motion. Seconded. Any discussion? Opposed? That's carried. We're resuming our normal programming here. We're back on Denman Island Economic Development Service Function 555.
Move receipt.
Thank you for the 555, but this also includes 556. So Hornby Island is combined in this presentation.
Okay.
So there is a lot of slides going back and forth. So it is a bit, if I get Hornby and Denman mixed up, I apologize in advance, but it's a bit of a convoluted presentation. So essentially there's two defined service areas here. There's Denman Island Economic Development that is largely through Denman Works. And then there's the Hornby Island Economic Development that's largely through HISEEK. And both of them pay into separate functions. So there's no crossover of funding here. They're standalone for each of their islands. Denman Works had a number of accomplishments, and they're really a grant-focused organization from an economic development perspective. They take in applications at the beginning of each year, review them, and then move forward and looking at that. Again, Denman and Hornby last year also were recipients of a grant through this service for housing on both islands, and that was a one-time grant that you'll see later on some decreases that reflect those one-time grants to help both those communities with their affordable housing. Hornby Island has done a lot of work here, and they're working towards their last mile internet infrastructure as well as Denman. And just on that point, there's a contribution agreement there. And it's really important that we're mindful of working with those consultants of what substantial completion really is, because it really triggers the start of a grant program for other community works. So it's important that that's mentioned here today on behalf of HISEEK. Wanted to bring that up. They're also working on a new economic development strategy, and they held a couple business mixers and one business. Both of these organizations are also support the bus contracts, although that's separate through the regional transportation that the board would have discussed earlier on, but they are a conduit for those bus contracts. Some of the trends and challenges and opportunities. Denman Works continues to function as a grant-based support society. They have a limited amount of volunteers. They are happy in the place that they are in, working on Denman Island. They're not looking for large strategic planning initiatives or any of that other pieces. So they're continuing as a partner with other nonprofits. HiSeek, on the other hand, is very ambitious. And well, I guess they're both ambitious, I should say that, but they have really developed with their work plan under their longstanding model and really focuses on the sustainable economy, affordability, self-sufficiency, and some public administration stuff. So human resources side, I think it's just me. Works with them a little bit, 0.04, not much there, not foreseeing any changes. Of course, on Denman here, we are looking at the decrease there, which I mentioned earlier, just to explain that that was a one-time grant. So they're sitting around the $50,000 mark for the grant to run Denman Works. And it's projected to continue around that mark, 50 to 62,000 moving forward. Hornby is continuing, again, they have the 197 there that you saw, and again, that's due to the Beulah Creek project. Hornby's, we have a contract with HiSeek. It's up for renewal, and they're suggesting a 5-year contract in line with these budget numbers, which are around 100,000 this year, and then up to 117, I think, at the end of the 5 years. Sorry, 117 this year, and continuous increases. So that's kind of where Hornby is sitting to develop and undertake their economic services. This is just a 5-year projection. You see Denman holding solid, 62,000. And Hornby's proposed increases to continue running HiSeek. Revenues largely taxation on both islands. Obviously, HiSeek brings in other revenues as well, where Denman Works doesn't bring in a lot of other grant revenue, except for varies year to year, I guess you could say. Projected reserve balances. And in summary, both really are focused on the fiscal responsibility and the plan around the internet connectivity on both islands. Obviously, running these through other agencies that are in touch with the islands make a lot of sense, being Denman Works and HiSeek. And the grants support numerous groups or implement numerous economic development projects. It's interesting now with affordable housing projects on both islands and how they intertwine a bit. And then obviously supporting the MRDT purposes on Hornby. And what that looks like moving into the future will be conversations that will come forth through HiSeek and the residents and the provincial government as some changes are anticipated. Really what we're looking for today is support of these two budgets, and if supported the Hornby Island budget, then looking into entering into that 5-year agreement with HiSeek based on these proposed budget numbers. And I'll leave you with any questions you may have.
And Director Hardy, you're first.
Yeah, thanks. Going back to the previous conversation with regards to the art gallery over on Hornby Island, I am just wondering about these two services and why, or if there's the ability for these two services to also tie into the Hornby Island art gallery.
There's the potential ability for HiSeek, but what we've liked to focus on, and in past reports, we actually changed the Hornby Island's community facilities mandate to be more broader, to conclude and include public buildings, similar to what we did when we implemented the other community halls in Bain Sound and otherwise. So the foreshadowing of that, so if other public buildings come into the foray, then that would be the appropriate place to fund. We try to move away from funding, given that they're the same taxpayer base, we try to move away from funding from two services to achieve the same objectives. So that's just kind of the approach we've taken in the past, but we're open to comments on that.
And Director Harbour.
Yeah, good question, Dr. Hardy. I think the two organizations are quite aware of each other. And there's a few more as well. And I think there's definitely potential for those organizations to collaborate on numerous projects. And there's also the Hornby Festival. There's a hub of organizations and groups that, from my perspective, hopefully more synergies will emerge over time. Another one I would highlight is, even within HIRA, the hall service, a big portion of not a big portion, but some portion of the cost is for a booking agent. And, you've got now a new facility. So I think I see a lot of collaboration opportunities in the future, but it's not our job, I think, at CVRD to impose those. It's for those organizations to sort themselves out and figure out what works. Now, I do like that you brought that up because we can be suggestive and encourage, because at the end of the day, all the dollars that go in there all come from the same place, from our end anyways. Overall, in regards to the budget, I'm supportive of the requisition. I want to acknowledge that even though Doug mentioned that Denman Works doesn't like to venture too far off of grants, they certainly did with the bus. And it was a difficult year for Denman Works and for the community. Some of the issues that came up around that, not the bus service itself, but other issues. And on Hornby, it was also a difficult year. And for Hornby and Denman around the fiber optic project, I know that both organizations, especially HiSeek, put in an enormous amount of time trying to problem solve around some of the issues arising in that project. So I want to show appreciation for that. Looks like the project will get completed in the next few months, with obviously almost a year of delay, but I do appreciate the advocacy that's happened and the proactive response to the problems that arose both on Denman and with this one. So yeah, they're both organizations that work in tight spaces, in the sense that they're always drawn to projects that can draw some controversy in some instance. Both islands have a mandate to preserve and protect and not change too much. And the mandate of those organizations is to make sure that people can make livelihood. So it always clashes at some point. I'm fine with the contracts as well for both organizations. It's not up for Denman, the contract? It's just HiSeek? The 5-year contract is just HiSeek we're doing today?
I'll have to double check Denman's. I feel like we signed it or about to sign it. Yeah.
Okay. Anyways, I approve what's on the board.
The HiSeek one was the focus. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
Well, if you approve it, put a ring on it. Pass the motion. You want to put it forward? Okay. Very good. And seconder? Okay. Any further discussion? Okay, well, that'll be fine. Put them in the minutes separately. Yeah. Director Hardy speaking on the motion.
Yeah, maybe I can have a conversation with somebody later on. I'm still perplexed with regards to, we have a tourism service. We have an economic development service. But yet with regards to the art gallery in Hornby Island, I'm still trying to understand why there isn't access for the gallery to these different other services that we have within the CVRD that could help these folks out, I guess, moving forward. So maybe I can have a conversation with James a little bit later on, and just a little perplexed with regards to understanding all these different services and why we can do something here, but we can't do something there. Thanks.
Certainly we can try to answer some of those questions.
Director, you want to weigh in on that?
I'll just
10 minutes or less?
add, because there is access. So it's not a question of not having access. There's just not successful negotiation between those parties to establish shared programs. So nothing prevents the art center or the festival or most of those organizations to access, say, the MRDT or the tourism dollars. And there's been partnerships in the past. Let's not get ourselves wrong here. I know HiSeek assisted the art gallery with, securing iced tea and different things. But currently on an operating model, what we heard from the delegation earlier is it's kind of a blank slate at the moment. but it's not due to any kind of bureaucratic no's. It's just the negotiations have to occur.
And just maybe further to that, to echo what Doug was saying earlier, to be more simple and clear with the funding stream, given that the community hall and this dev service for Hornby, it's the same set of taxpayers. And so from a transparency perspective, funding for one particular project is appropriate to come from one service as opposed to being distributed through multiple services. It's just a little bit more transparent that way.
Okay, so we have the recommendation on the floor. Seeing no further lights. Anybody opposed? So that carries. Now we working on with we want to go on to function 615, which is the Electoral Areas Arts and Culture Grant Service. And over to Doug again.
Thank you. This service is largely about supporting the bricks and mortar buildings in Comox, Cumberland, and electoral areas pay into this service to help with those buildings operations. So it's really about protection, preservation, maintenance, and the infrastructure of those arts and culture facilities. Following organizations are supported. The only outstanding one there is the CV Farmers Market, as each year I think we talk about moving that into another service, but it seems to find its home here as one of the pieces along with that conversation is each year last year we donated the city of Courtenay to undertake their arts and culture program, and we continue to wait for the outcome of that to come back and probably revisit this service in its entirety. So we're hoping to see that completed this year, and that will allow us to come back to the board and discuss this hopefully more in depth of where you want this entire service to go. So overall, we're looking at about $111,000 in grants to these to these arts and culture facilities, which is a small increase to the overall budget. There is some reserve funds, as well as some contributions to reserves. So these can be for unforeseen projects that we may get brought into on any of those halls, but it's not a focus of ours, as we don't have an asset management program there. We don't own any of these facilities. So there is some money that just gets put aside each year for whatever matters may come forth. I don't actually know if we've ever pulled anything from this reserve since this service was established, but that's where we're at. So we're looking at these drivers, a platform for discussions and knowledge sharing at many of the facilities is how they support climate crisis and environmental and stewardship protection. I think you'll see many types of exhibitions or videos or movies or plays that have this theme throughout. Obviously, there's a lot of community partnerships here as we continue to support our arts and culture, and really as a platform to discussion and knowledge sharing at many of our facilities in regards to Indigenous relations. And accessibility, diversity, equity, and inclusion, I would say the arts community is, from a building and programming perspective, probably leading most of these conversations in our community, are ahead of many of us in that way. So I think it really providing the support to these facilities for their operations continues to allow many of those conversations to happen in our community, as well as artists being engaged in making a livelihood. With that, I'll leave you with any questions. Sorry, at this point, I can reiterate if you like, but the direction of staff to revisit the service outcomes based on the results of the City of Courtenay Arts and Cultures program, which is yet to be released.
My question is, does any of this money actually stay in the electoral areas? Or is it all going to facilities and organizations in the municipalities? This is what I see. So we really don't have an arts and culture service in the electoral areas outside of, you know, maybe little theater production at the Merville Hall or something, which is not funded by us anyway. So this is basically at the request of the municipalities, correct?
Yeah, this was a long time decision made a while ago to support those bricks and mortar facilities. Trying to recall if there's a unallocated amount in this budget, but I don't recall there being one.
So we spend $1 per 100,000 on arts and culture. Denman spends $7.58 per 100,000, and Hornby spends a whopping $11.37. Just wanted to make that clear. Thank you. Director Harper?
Thanks. I think that's a discussion we've had in prior years. And I mean, I was glad as some of those organizations came and presented, some were responsive to our comments. So for example, the Comox, I think it was the Comox Valley Art Gallery that started bringing things down into Union Bay and I think in Black Creek and programs and acknowledging that while the cultural hub tends to be in the cities, in the municipalities, we make some contribution. It's a bit like the recreation discussion and the sports center and the arena, right? We contribute dearly, but anyways, I'm fine with it for the sake of supporting the arts. There's been a big the art strategy that was released a couple years ago through the city of Courtenay is a worthwhile read. So if you haven't looked at that, I think it's good. For me, I'll continue to advocate for more programs in our rural areas. I would highlight that. Is that correct? That Hornby and Denman don't contribute to this function?
Correct.
Yeah, so I'm pretty for that's good because otherwise I'd be in trouble. Yeah, so for me, I continue to encourage programming for Royston, Union Bay, and this said, I just sent an email like an hour ago, I think, to Elena and James, where the Union Bay Historical Society just email and ask for some support because they want to do energy retrofits in their building. So I think in my email, I just directed them to our new concierge service and, you know, to do move to heat pumps and things like that. But maybe as part of your service outcome, there could be a scanning of arts organization outside of the municipality, like that historical society could potentially qualify for some support through this service. And there may be others in Black Creek or Merville or other places. I don't think that they're currently captured by the service. It might be good to have a look.
I recall when we presented some funding to the city of Courtenay to undertake their current study, that one of the objectives was to look into the rural areas.
Yeah.
So we're hoping that was completed,
Okay.
and then we'll report back on that.
Yeah, great. So good point to raise.
So this grant is available then to any nonprofit?
It's not a grant per se. It's
No, it's not. It's
It's been a
steady.
funding model. Yeah, there's no application.
They moved away from
process.
grants.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that there's an opportunity for any art organization to apply at some point for some funding in the electoral areas.
We didn't, yeah, that being said, we'd encourage them to look at the current grant programs we have under the rural community grants and recreation grants.
Okay, so cut and dried. It's been moved and seconded. No more discussion. Any opposed? That carries. And then we move ahead, don't we? We're at 672, which again is starring Doug DeMarzo. It's the Bain Sound Community Facility Support Service Function 672. And over to our presenter.
Thank you. With the community halls, I'll just make a general statement before I start discussing all three of these services, which probably goes more broadly to the Hornby and Denman community halls as well. What we're looking at working with many of the community halls is starting to understand their asset management plans. So throughout these presentations, there may be some requests around community works funds or other things, but Finance has informed me that UBCM has an asset management grant, so we'll be hoping to access that. So we put out to all the community halls if they're interested in building condition assessments to work through us, and we'll look at doing it as a kind of bulk rate in conjunction with our fire halls. So that's been put out to all community halls, and some have definitely expressed interest. So we're looking for funding for that model this year, and then that may be something that comes forward in next year's budget if we're unsuccessful at securing those type of grants and other funding sources, or looking to a budget amendment later on through reserves or otherwise. So we're looking at building condition assessments really about building on the corporation's asset management planning. So I'll just say that once rather than kind of repeating it through all the hall conversations. Moving on to Bain Sound Community Hall here. Service obviously services a number of the community halls down in Bain Sound, and is really about providing some minimal financial assistance to these halls to continue to allow them to maintain and operate their facilities. We discuss with them each year, and they put in their financial statements and requests each year. They support the Fallen Alders Hall, Fanny Bay Community Hall, the OAP, which is the Seniors Hall, Royston Community Hall, and Union Bay Community Hall. I guess coming out of COVID, about the same time we actually started this service, there was quite a bit of BC Safe Restart program money being spent in these halls to help them through the COVID process and other minor improvements to get them up and going again. So I would say there was appreciation for that money going in and really got them looking at their assets, but knowing that that was largely provincial funding that's coming to an end, and there's just a few carryovers from that moving forward. And you'll see the third bullet there that's kind of changed out of the community works funds request and into that asset management that I alluded to a little earlier. So that's a change there since this presentation's been brought forward. So we're looking at approximately at $116,000 here in grants to the organizations to move forward. But a lot of those grants, as I noted before, would be in the COVID monies, and really the proposed budget and tax requisition is at $68,000, and that's reaching our maximum levy. And there is some minor concerns depending on BC assessment values, what that means moving forward. So that's something we have to keep a close eye on for Bain Sound here, and also knowing the status and state of some of the clubs. And they're a little bit of a struggle for volunteers and boards in other manners, as well as whatever the building condition assessments bring forward. There may be further relied upon support from the CVRD. So this one in particular is approaching its maximum levy. So if you're having conversations out there in the community, it's important to recognize that. Again, 68,000. Again, we tried to work towards reserves in each of these, and there's some contributions to reserves. I think our objectives early on when these services were started, being the Bain Sound, Punledge North services, that we'd be able to build these reserves a little bit faster. That hasn't necessarily been the case. Obviously, things change with COVID and other things, and building costs as well have obviously increased. So we don't have a lot of money in reserves also to fund projects. Would get eaten up pretty quickly if you're looking at major foundational or roof repair projects on any of these facilities that are quite large. So I guess it's not a great news story here. The good news story is all the community halls are still rolling and offering programs and serving their communities, which is important. And we've stepped up assistance much more than we have prior to COVID and other years. So I think that's the icing on the cake. The thing to be aware of is our maximum requisition, like I stated, and their aging facilities, much like, well, even older than our rec facilities that we currently own as a region. So there's going to be challenges keeping them safe and operating into the future just to keep them serving the communities that they serve. But overall, it's about keeping that accessibility in the community and providing those recreation opportunities and gathering opportunities And they're really where the community comes together. So it's fantastic use of resources. That's about all I have to say in this one, for the Bain Sound.
All for $2.39 per 100,000. Director Arbor.
Yeah, thanks. The good news is this board, well, I guess last term set up the community hall service. So there's now an actual service to play with, whereas before they were really in the wind at the mercy of the occasional rural grants. So yeah, we saw in Hornby how the hall and the art center now will be supported at about 100,000. And in Bain Sound, we have, I believe, 5 facilities now that are supported by 68. So, and all of these buildings, I mean, some of them do better, like Union Bay has gone through major renovations. And as you say, it's the ebb and flow of volunteer committees and what people can do. So I'm not surprised. We set the requisition and the max requisition pretty low when we established the service. And for me, that's why when I was talking earlier about the parks review, and again, I'm not presupposing the outcome of that. It may be that it is equitable. Maybe we'll find out that actually with all my mini parks in Bain Sound, that, we're spending similar amount of money. But what I talked about at strategic planning was the concept of scratching the parks service and coming up with a parks and recreation service for Bain Sound. And I think that could probably tie in with the halls. For example, Union Bay halls in the last year, like that hall is so used now. They have pickleball, they have everything. Like it's quite amazing actually how many activities are happening there, and with very, very little of our support. So capital assets, yes, we've been good with them to contribute some seed funds so that they can chase larger grants. But what I'm hearing is we're capped. So do you have a summary of the group's feedback? Like, because we're now like 5 years into this new service, and it'd be nice to know, because I know some people in the communities are like, no, we don't want more taxes. And like people on those boards that are like, we don't want more money. We're proud of doing it the way we do, right? And others are like, no, we need the resources. So do we have a sense if there's appetite in those organizations for growing the tax base for those halls?
I don't want to speak on behalf of any of the boards, but I'll give you my general observations is, I would say the Fanny Bay Hall is probably currently struggling the most, just based on the condition of their hall and attracting volunteers. Fallen Alders, I think we addressed their concerns a couple of years ago when we increased their contribution. Remembering that each hall has its own kind of mandate on how much they actually offer, if they're more on the rental side of the business or if they're more on the programming side of the business. So it's hard to compare apples to apples, but I would say the appetite from Fanny Bay Hall would be to see a larger increase and more tax support. But it is a conversation that we are thinking of having with the Bain Sound in general and seeing if there's some good opportunities for meshing some of the services perhaps. But
yeah, it'd be a good time for a mini kind of service review, not with us, but with those groups. And obviously with Fallen Alders, we're going to get a delegation in the coming month with significant problems on the horizon. Can staff confirm that we cannot purchase property with dysfunction? I mean, there's a max requisition issue, but in the actual bylaws of the function, are we allowed to purchase property?
I think so. I don't know.
I'd want to look at the purpose itself. I don't have the wording of it handy. Sometimes we do have a limitation on what we can put our money towards. I'd have to look at the service bylaw, and we don't.
So that can be part of the service review for the benefit of Director Hardy and Chair Grieve. So the property that Fallen Alders is located on is actually owned by the church, and it's going up for sale. So I've been approached over the holidays around trying to solution seek around the future. So I've had some communication with James, but it's all very initial. But I think that mini service review could include that to really consider how to the long-term future not just in the Fanny Bay area, but in regards to max requisition as well.
Just for clarification, don't think it's the fallen alders.
Sorry,
Oh,
not Fallen Alders, totally got the OAP and Hornby.
The OAP.
I totally gapped there.
In
The
fact,
OAP,
they-
not Fallen Alders. Sorry,
Okay.
totally gapped.
Huh.
Oh yeah, Alana as a Royston resident was starting to freak out. That's good. No, Fallen Alders is okay.
Any phone calls and emails already, folks. And Director Hardy.
Yeah, thanks. I guess one of the things we need to consider through the chair to Doug would be, again, when we start looking at Union Bay and the growth, the Comox Valley taking place down in and around that area, that, you know, is there a long-term plan with regards to put in a new community center or something down there? Like, do we need to be thinking about that, I guess, moving forward? It's easy for me to come up and say that, but I mean, it's another thing to start planning for it. But again, if that's gonna be one of the largest areas that's gonna grow here in the next 10 years, do we need to be contemplating that? Thanks.
I think I'll follow up after Director Arbor speaks to it with my comments.
Yeah, great comment, Dr. Hardy. And like I talked about yesterday, when I talked about, I changed my vocabulary from integrated planning to harmonized planning, but between Union Bay Estates, Comox First Nation, ourselves, there's big conversation to talk about the kind of community that's going to exist down there. One active one that the community is aware of that I'm working on, which is going slowly because everything at the library is going slowly right now, but to repurpose that school site for a brand new branch. That's actually now on the top 3 out of 42 projects at the rural capital planning. So there's a good chance, I think, that in the next 5-10 years, we might see the school, the old school demolished and then with the library. So that's a public space. In terms of a center, there's also conversations to be had with the school district. They are going to get, or they have gotten, a very large piece of property through the Union Bay Estates development. And I know that in the initial plans I saw, there was like 4 baseball fields, like that whole recreation and cultural center. And with KFN, we have not even broached the topic, as you might be aware from the next term pre-treaty, like we haven't talked about that level of detail, but I think I'm so glad that you're raising it. I agree with you. Basically, these are, if we're going to have 15,000 people living there, that's too many people for the Union Bay Hall. We can all agree on that.
Yeah, nothing further to add, just the importance of holding any public land that's currently in Union Bay would allow those activities be easier in the future, but it's something that's needed for sure.
And then just specifically to this particular service 672, the purpose is to provide financial assistance to eligible organizations for expenses related to maintaining and operating community facilities. So I think that does limit the ability to acquire land under this service. Just to answer the earlier question on that.
Bylaws can be changed.
Can acquire land through parks.
My
Lease
question,
back.
which is the big elephant in the room here, is what about the new Fire Safety Act? How's that going to impact these folks? Because, you know, right now, basically they're on a starvation diet. They talk about operations. We see huge increases in insurance, utilities, inflation in general. All of inflationary pressures are coming to bear. And fewer volunteers. I was just, well, we haven't got there yet, but I was at my community hall's AGM, all 5 of us, and they all look like me. So, you know, we're going to have to, I think in the future, we're going to have to step up a little bit because correct me if I'm wrong, but unless they have proper legal kitchens and stuff, they're not going to be able to operate, are they? They're not going to be able to get insurance. Maybe I'm asking at the wrong time.
Yeah, I don't know what the insurance mandates are around kitchens, but obviously keeping recruitment in our fire halls to match the community and those minimum numbers to ensure insurance is reasonable goes in line with one of the objectives of serving a larger and growing community, as well as understanding how to put water on those fires. So the water service side of that conversation is very important too, to make sure we and get pressure to the hydrants and other things. Otherwise, we have to look at different vehicles and other type of equipment. I'm not entirely sure where you're going with that question, but hopefully that
Well-
gives you a little bit around the fire safety perspective and
Yeah.
the lens that we look through.
Insurance, but I know it's been an ongoing thing for the last 20 years that some of the halls been asking, is there any sort of overarching insurance we can get? But because they're all independent, there isn't. And I think we're looking at what, $8,000-9,000 a year. So that's a big chunk of cash.
It's gone up substantially.
And one more thing though, before we go on, do all these community halls submit their budget? They all have AGMs. Do we get reporting out on the money?
I'm pretty sure all these ones do. I can't confirm that all community halls do, but we encourage them to all submit their budgets in order to receive this funding. I'm pretty sure all of these ones do in Bay and Sound.
You think that would be?
Sometimes they're a little late, sometimes they're.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we're on the recommendation of the proposed 2024-2028 financial plan for functions 672 Bay and Sound Community Facility Support Service be approved. And seconded. Can you?
Would staff appreciate a motion to revisit the max requisition? Do you have a mini service review this year, or you'll just bring that back under staff's own initiative?
Yeah, we're certainly always very mindful of that maximum requisition, and when we're seeing pressures, that would be work that we would initiate and bring to the committee if we're seeing that being a limiting factor. So, yeah, looking at Doug, and that would be part of our work in 2024.
Yeah.
Knowing that this is a limit.
So sometime in the near future, this year, we should have maybe a review, because it has been 5 years, she says, since we brought this in. How long has it been?
2021, I think it came in.
Really?
Yeah, it just came in basically when COVID kind of.
Oh,
started.
okay, so a couple of years,
2020,
I would think. That COVID fuzzy thing is
Yeah,
always,
sorry.
it's that big nebulous kind of cloud that was the COVID years.
Maybe Jake can answer when we started. You have it on.
Okay, so no further discussion? Anybody opposed? That carries. Sorry? 5-minute break. Takes 5 minutes to open those doors out there.
I guess not. We'll ask you first.
Feel the power. We don't have one fire.
That's up to you guys. It'd be beneficial, so Doug can get a ferry back.
But try to move you up. Yeah, move it up. Sure.
Yeah, Bruce is back there.
We're gonna finish up with, we're on the Denman Island Community Services. Move right up. Yeah. You okay with that?
Yep, I'm fine with that.
That's problems.
I'll forget Bruce.
That way you can.
I think it's still there. I'll have to emergency services.
We need the, presentation for number 6.
You need me on first.
Service,
Yeah. So once Lisa's ready, let me know. Let the chair know. Sure.
Okay, call the meeting back to order and motion to move the agenda to bring the emergency core services number 6 up. Okay, any opposition to that? That carries. And over to Doug DeMarzo.
Perfect. I'll just give you a brief core service overview. Really, our regional emergency services becoming more complex with the needs of our community and overlapping jurisdictions. Recently, the Royal Assent of the Emergency Disaster Management Act came through the province, as well as the Fire Safety Act coming into full force. As part of the fire service review, the Oyster River Fire Chief, who now has responsibility for overseeing the fire departments around our rural communities, is implementing a consistent approach while allowing the departments to maintain their identity. Relying on our highly trained rural firefighters and search and rescue groups to be first on scene at motor vehicle accidents, fire rescues, and other type events is something our community has come to expect. And we do a pretty good job at it. With that, I will pass it over to our fire chiefs or any questions you may have.
Okay. Thank you very much.
So then, directors, do you want to start with the rural Cumberland Fire Protection Function 210 or move straight into the Hornby Fire Protection?
I would suggest we very gently to move right into the Hornby one then.
Yeah.
Okay,
So you can answer any questions I can.
if the fire chief is amenable to that, I want him to raise his left hand.
Do you want to see the picture?
No. I'm sorry.
Bruce Green, our regional rural fire chief, will be introducing first off the Hornby Island Fire Protection budget, function 220, and then we'll move into the other budgets after that. So Bruce, over to you for Hornby.
So thank you, James, and to the chair of the committee. And I have Chief Chinnery from Hornby Island Fire here can help me answer questions that I'm unable to. So we're going to talk about the function 220 Hornby Island Fire Rescue. Obviously, Hornby Island is Hornby Island, and that's the area they protect. They do a great job of providing service to that community within the budgets. So in 2023, they responded 180 responses. They ordered a new tender. The problem with ordering a new tender is it used to be a 1-year process. Now it's a 2 to 3 year process. So we are getting them a new tender, but it is going to be a while to get here. They did, through the CEPF grant, had improved wildfire response in the form of equipment and training. And they also were able to send a couple of their members on deployment. So they got practical experience they could bring back to their community. The trends and challenges, opportunities, they are seeing an increase of call volume, and that especially goes up in the summer as a resident of the visitors visited the island. Increase the cost of supplies. The big one here is the lack of support from BCS on capital supplies. So as Director Arbor is aware, the other ones might not be. Hornby Island does not have an ambulance station on island. So the fire department is responsible for transporting patients from the scene to the clinic and then from the clinic off island to Denman Island. We have asked BCMs to give them a power cot to help that, because BCM has determined it to be a work safe problem with lifting and that. So they've upfitted all their ambulances with power cots. They are not willing to help us supply BCMs with one because we don't have an agreement with them, but in that agreement, they don't want us to transport patients. So there's a whole convoluted thing that's going on. But we've got $20,000 in because we're concerned about the health and safety of the firefighters in the budget this year to buy a power cot. But moving forward, the vehicle they use for the ambulance transport is going to have to be replaced as well. So that's another cost coming up. And so we're having issues with getting support from BCMs for that. The opportunities, we are continuing to apply for the CEPF funding, and we were awarded the CRI funding, which is helping with fire smarting in the community. We are going through the fire service review as part of strategic priorities, initiatives, and implement findings. There isn't many that are related to Hornby Island, but it's just more so about creating one fire department. So our RD policies go to all the fire departments and training and making sure we're meeting the requirements of the playbook. So there's 1.29 full-time people. And I think that obviously part of mine, Doug's wages is going to that. And because the only full-time person on the island is Chief Chinnery. So there's the requisition, and we are trying our best to keep it flat. The operating budgets for the majority of the fire departments this year, there was very little increase, even though there is cost pressures on us. So the proposed budget is $690,000, which is an increase, a slight increase from last year. The mill rate is going to go up to 65 cents a thousand. And there's how we break out the budget. Transfer to reserves, we're getting being able to put money aside for future projects and equipment. So with all of the fire halls, we are looking at doing an asset management update. We don't have an asset management plan for any of the fire halls. Hornby Island is fortunately a very new and well-constructed fire hall, but it's time now to start looking out and what that's going to look like. So we are putting funds for all the fire services except Union Bay, because we're looking at a new hall there, to do an asset management plan for the current fire halls, so we can help plan out to make sure we're in a good position when that fire hall has to be replaced and the equipment inside of that fire hall. So truck replacement, we've got one that's already been ordered. And then we have in 2026, I believe, Chief Chinnery, 80,000. Is that your rescue vehicle? Let's go with it. And then equipment, and equipment part of that is in 2024, we're going to be replacing one of the portable, or not portable, one of the water tanks they have on island for the tanker accreditation that they have. And the long-term plan, another truck replacement. And the reserves are doing all right. And we'll be putting reserves in this year, 77, so it's staying steady and with slight increases over the next 5 years. And the machinery reserve is doing good. And there again, with this one, we got to consider the prices of fire apparatus are not only 2 years out, but it's going through the roof. Like a truck that we bought from Merville for $400,000. 2 years later, Denman Island bought one that wasn't quite as big, was $600,000. So there's a lot of pressures on that service. So in the summary, the drivers, we're exploring all our opportunities to continue to keep the cost of the service delivery as low as possible. And that's like the grant fundings that we're applying for and just being as good as we can with managing the money. We're all the fire departments are working our way through all of our gas equipment that we can get rid of and replace that with electric tools. For the community partnerships, we're part of a mutual aid agreement with all Valley fire departments, and on the island, there's lots of community groups that do use the fire hall for events as well. Indigenous relations, we have staff are continue developing and taking training whenever it's available. And for us, that's important. So if we do, we have to respond to Indigenous people, which are in our communities, that we are able to do that in a culturally sensitive way. And we're always working on inclusivity in the fire service, bringing in different ethnicities and diverse people. We want to represent the community as best we can. So options and recommendations with the budget. And then the other one we're asking is hopefully that the directors will support us by writing the Ministry of Health a letter saying that we need some help with maintaining the service of that Hornby Island does a great job providing to the citizens for their ambulance and the cots. With that, I'm open to any questions.
Thank you very much. And Director Armour?
Yeah, thanks for the presentation. Yeah, I have multiple thoughts on this service right now. I'll start with the recommendations. I think when they made the announcement, was it this summer, around the Denman station, the ambulance station would be fully serviced on a 24/7 basis?
Well, I know they're made in nation, whether it's fully serviced, I'm not sure what that is. I think there's 8 hours on, then 4 hours on call.
That's right.
There's not gonna be
It's
something
convoluted, but it's much better.
It's better,
yeah.
but unfortunately that doesn't help Hornby.
And at the time I put a post from like, oh, this will benefit Hornby. And then I learned, well, not that much actually. So I do agree there's a need for a follow-up. I would suggest that we aim a little higher in order to get this. I think definitely our MLA, Josie Osborne, is really aware of this issue. I've talked to her twice this fall about it. So I would say that we write a letter to Ministry of Health and to Josie. And I would say requesting that a new ambulance station be positioned on Hornby, be built on Hornby. And if they can do that, at least, and maybe the pitch would be at least for summer. I think if we show some of the summer numbers and the levels of responses, there's a good case in the letter to say that it warrants an actual ambulance station. That way we got that on record. And second, while they work on that, that they provide the money for the capsule items, the cot and such, that to support our first responder services. So that would be my adjustment to the advocacy part of the motion. I was interested to hear yesterday that that the fire department jumped the queue and is getting a Ford Lightning over bylaw, who has been trying for 3 years. Is that what Doug was saying or something like that? There's an electric truck coming into the fire.
So are we talking Oyster River Fire Department? So for that one, Oyster River Fire Department, through the deployment, they got money from the government. From the deployment, they're using those funds, so it's not affecting the tax requisitions. All it's money from the association is given back to the community that they've made going on deployment.
Awesome. So I'll just plant a seed in the sense that I see opportunity for cross-department collaboration. We're having, as part of our budget this year, we put to try to do a feasibility for the Hornby and Denman buses in relation to BC Transit and trying to enhance those services and probably replace those buses. There's been a long drive to try to get them to electric buses. So I'm not going to make a formal motion, but just to discuss that. If the truck, the 80,000 in 2026, if that's just a basic truck, like if we can move to plug-in electric or at least look at the options. And I would say maybe it could be that we could end up with a great charging station at the fire hall if it worked with BC Hydro for both the bus and the future equipment at for the fire hall. So there's just a suggestion today. I won't make a motion on that. And lastly, I wanted to just highlight something that you had in there. I think I was at an event and Doug was there around forest conservation, and there's a really neat initiative that's being pursued for the central area around forest smarting. So I just want to state to the full board here that I'm very supportive of it. I think it could be a great pilot, not only for Hornby to educate homeowners, but for everywhere else. So I know it's not in the budget, and maybe there'll be grant BC Wildfire, I don't know, but I just wanted to say that I was really impressed with the kinds of ideas that both the communities and people involved with the fire department were coming up with in regards to that.
So just on that we got the CRI grant this year. One of the things we're doing is we're going to hire a contractor to do a community wildfire resiliency plan. And in that plan, there will be recommendations, and that might be one of the recommendations comes out that we can do that. And then we can apply for future CRI grant funding to help that out. Also, I know Chief Chinnery is very diligently working with coastal fires and the Aaron Fire Base to see if that's a project they're willing to take on the off season. So that is being worked on.
Great. Okay, good. And yeah, so from advocacy perspective, going back now, I'm done. I agree with the motion. We'll adjust the last one. I would recommend just to capture my comments and as soon as the letter is ready, I'm happy to include it too, like when go and meet Josie or whatever. I think she's got a great relationship with Adrian Dix. It is an election year, so I would say let's wrap this up quickly because there's 8 months, 10 months to the election probably.
So to be clear, we just do and further that, write a letter to the MLA and the Ministry of Health. Sorry.
Yeah, so they're working that the director. It usually goes through the chair, right? The chair of the CBRD writes a letter to the Ministry of Health and Mid-Island Pacific MLA Josie Osborne requesting capital funding for a new ambulance station on the Hornby Island. And in the interim, support for the purchase of capital items needed for the provision of first responder services on the island. Was that too quick, or that's being recorded as well? But I'm just adding the long-term goal.
Good. No further discussion. Pardon me. We haven't moved and seconded, have we? You moved it. Okay. Moved and seconded now. Any more discussion? Seeing none. Anybody opposed? Seeing none, that carries. Okay. Now we're on to the next one. The Hornby Island Fire Protection Local Service Area Function Number 220.
We just did 220.
Did I screw one up? Oh, Hornby, yeah, I'm right. Sorry. Fanny Bay. So 225.
So there's the map of the Fanny Bay Fire Protection District. They do provide first responder, road rescue, and medical or fire services in that area. The 2023 accomplishments, they responded to 64 responses, and one of the big projects that they've been working on down there with the Union Bay Fire Hall is one of the findings in the fire service review was to meld those two services together under one fire chief. I'm happy to report that's been happening since July. There's been some hiccups, but it seems to be going quite well. The fires are building into it. They're still working out the fine details, but we are right now working that as one fire hall with one fire chief, two fire halls with one fire chief. the same trends and challenges here is increased supplies. The big opportunity, I think, is the one, especially for the citizens, is the merging with the Union Bay Fire Hall and working the two fire halls is one it provides, in my opinion, a better service for both communities because they have more resources that are readily available to respond to an emergency quickly. And we did apply for, and we were successful in getting a CEPF grant for training and equipment. I believe it's $30,000 for each one of the fire halls. And the major strategic priorities, we are going through the fire service review to implement the findings. As in 2024, there was a 0.48 full-time, and like we said, there was a fire chief in that fire hall, and that fire chief is now Chief Ham, who operates both Union Bay and Fanny Bay with support from members of the Denman or Fanny Bay Fire Department. One of them is his assistant chief. So there's all the money in the transfer of the minor capital. Taxation is gone up $10,000, and part of that is in that service review, moving all this stuff administrative burden to Union Bay Fire Hall, which in turn has taken some burden off of our finance people because Fanny Bay was administered through the CBRD, so we had to pay all the bills, and that now Chief Ham is doing that, so there's an increased burden on Fanny Bay or Union Bay for that. The mill rate is at 67 cents a thousand. And then in here, you're going to see the transfer to other services, and that's where we're transferring money to Union Bay to pay for Chief Ham and all the services they're providing to the department. And the operating budget, so that's for them to pay for the fuel and the whole operating budget of the fire hall. There again, we're doing a asset management plan for the Fanny Bay Fire Hall, just to see where it's at and what it's going to be like in the future, understanding that in the fire service review, there might be some findings that come out that we end up doing something down south with a newer hall with a joint operation, depending on how that comes out. In 2024, they're looking at purchasing a new new to them first responder vehicle, probably won't be a new one. Build a shelter for that vehicle, purchase some bunker gear, and then they need to replace the tender in 2025. The truck replacement, this is for the truck replacement, we got $85,000 set aside for that and $450 in 2025. Long-term capital plan, there will be more vehicles way out there in 2030. And understanding, and we had that discussion at the BCOB, is fire underwriter survey dictates how long we can have the trucks, and there is some work in the background to hopefully increase that duration from 25 years to 30 years to give us more lifespan of the trucks. The reserves are staying steady. And then the capital works reserves are going down for 2 years and then going back up. So, and this is similar to all the fire services. We're for fiscal responsibility, we're doing our best, and I think with with the merger of those two fire halls, there's some good fiscal responsibility there. Moving out of skip it. Okay. So with that, any questions? Yeah.
Director Arbor.
Yeah, thank you. It's great that the transition has occurred between Fanny Bay and Union Bay as a result of the fire service review. So I'm really pleased to see that. And I know there were some hiccups, but I think people I've talked to anyways are pretty happy, volunteers and otherwise. So really great to see. And of course, all that gearing up towards the building of the new fire hall in Union Bay next year, which will benefit Fanny Bay as well. So long term, there's no change with the Fanny Bay, with the Ships Point Improvement District. And those conversations, I think they're still intending to do their thing, but Do we have like a regular touch base or each year or something like that with them both? I know we have a kind of, collaboration agreement, but in regards to future planning for the firehouse.
So go back a couple meetings and we talked about looking at the rural Cumberland Fire Protection Area and what that's going to look like. And so I think it's going to be touch and base with all of those fire protection areas on a yearly basis or bi-yearly basis to see where they're at and get a feeling of where they are and where we want to go. Because if like Ship's Point is going to, as we found out when we took over Union Bay, it's not a very easy process. So we want, if we can get ahead of that, we will. So we will be, and as part of the findings, I think that to work on in this year, next year, to reach out to those the improvement districts and see where they are at.
Yeah, because one of the things I noticed in the proposed budget is it's not a non-substantive increase over the next 3-4 years. Like we're looking at a 50% increase from 260 to 350. So that's pretty notable for Fanny Bay residents when there's not a meaningful change in level of service or the assets themselves, right? So that integration in the south, I think the report, as you've heard me say, and we'll go through the other service, still came a little short of, I think, what should be long-term vision for efficient service in the south, but we'll get to Royston later. So for now, I'm happy to pass the budget with a note that, yeah, it's not a small increase. I think it's 50% over a few years is quite a bit for no change.
So a motion to approve 225's budget. Seconded. No further discussion. Anyone opposed? That carries. Moving north to Union Bay.
Okay, now we'll go on to 226 Union Bay Fire Protection Service. And there again, same as Fanny Bay, it's a smaller area right along the long area, but not very deep. They do provide rescue, first responder, and fire services in that area. 2023 accomplishments, 100 responses. We have started the new fire hall project. And the big one there is the joining of Union Bay and Fanny Bay fire departments. The same trends, increased supplies, merged with them, and the CEFF grant. Strategic drivers design and construct the Union Bay Fire Hall. So we are in the process of sending out an RFQ to get a designer to help design the fire hall, and then we'll have to do a referendum of some sort to get approval to borrow the funds. So we're hoping to have the design done by June and then go to the referendum. The human resources. So taxation, it is a $50,000 increase. And part of this, I think, is we've taken over a service and we're trying to bring that service up to standards as well. I'm not saying it wasn't at the standard it was, but it's with the playbook and that there's lots of money that has to go into training to bring that certification up. And also note in there, the recoveries from other function is, so the overall budget is 705, but we did bring in money from Fanny Bay. And the funding or the mill rate is going to be 77 cents a thousand. Operating budget, there is increases moving out, but with there again, taking over Union Bay, all the Union Bay fire trucks are reaching end of life, so we're gonna have to start planning to do those, and we're gonna try and do it as economically as possible. Like this year, we transferred one from Oyster River to Union Bay. That's going to get them another 5 years out of that truck. So we're looking at different ways to bring the trucks in to keep the funding down as way. But we understanding the majority of their first out vehicle or their main engines are reaching end of life. So we will not be doing an asset management plan for the Union Bay Fire Hall, but as part of bringing that fire hall in line, there will be an asset management plan done for it at that time. And then we're trying our best to follow the FUS recommendations for the replacement of engines, and that, like I think we all know, does put a strain on the fire service, especially the smaller ones. We want to build a new fire hall. replace bunker gear. And there again, that's a mandate that we have to have new bunker gear every 10 years for the firefighters. Replace vehicle 28 in 2025 and replace lead engine in 2026. And then like to Director Arbor, 28 is just a duty vehicle. So that would be something we would be looking at, plug-in hybrid or hybrid vehicles. And then the big one is the new fire hall, which is going to be the big expense moving forward. So the Union Bay Fire Hall, the total project for the budget is 4 million. We're anticipating early 2025 to start construction as long as all the everything falls into place moving forward. We do have some community works gas tax in there of $1.1 million, growing community funds of 1.195, and anticipated long-term debt of 1.75. But the debt could change once we get the design. And the annual equipment in 2029, that'll be SCBA packs. Reserves are doing good. And we're going to try our best to put it in there, but as you can see, it's going down, but that's going to be balancing the price of the fire hall and paying for the fire hall with creating reserves. As the other fire halls, that is the same. Any questions?
If I could just build on a little bit from Bruce there, you mentioned the borrowing that would be required for the fire hall, and that would be information coming to the Electoral Area Services Committee later this spring into early summer probably, and then from there decisions made around the borrowing bylaw itself and how to obtain that electoral approval at that time.
Yeah.
So it could be a referendum, as you noted. It could also be an electoral alternative approval process if that is where the EASC wants to go.
Or it could be short-term borrowing.
We'd have to look to see if that's even possible under the financial model and if we've got the room to make those debt payments.
Just saying. Director Arbor.
Yeah, thanks. So yeah, we're now putting the foot on the accelerator around the new fire hall, and that's pretty exciting. But it comes at a time where we just received a comprehensive report around the cost of living and taxes in Union Bay, cost of taxes in Union Bay, and they are getting hit the most. You know, going up to close to $6,500 a year for the average residents if sewage is approved, which is looking good. But in that context, obviously, this is I think there's two ways to reduce the cost for this service. And we've discussed one of them, which is the future of Royston. And I've been bringing that up every year for 3 or 4 years. So I'm bringing it up again. I still think it would be better to try to put those pieces in play before the building of the fire hall. I realize now we probably won't do that. So there would be a late entrant to the project, but that would reduce, adding those homes would really reduce the cost of the service, I'm sure, and the contribution to the fire hall.
So when you talk Royston, are you talking the Courtney Improvement District part of Royston or the rural Cumberland part?
Not just the Royston, just the Courtney.
The Courtney Improvement District is bigger than just Royston because they're on our side as well as the highway. So they're basically that Courtney Fire Protection District surrounds all of Courtney.
I understand that.
But we will look into that and have that discussion with them.
Yes, that would be good. Can you confirm though, like I think I had the conversation with James at one point, but I believe from a kilometer perspective, from a service perspective, it's fine. It's 8 kilometers from downtown Royston to Courtney Hall and 8 kilometers to the Union Bay Hall.
I believe Doug DeMars and I did drive it one day, and from the interchange to the proposed new fire hall is close to that 8 kilometers. It might go farther than that. So it's in that general boundary. Yes.
Yeah. So again, if I think selfishly, not about the future of Courtney, but about the future of Area A, to almost double the number of residents that contribute to the fire hall and to the services would be a substantive saving. I'm sure we can, at least if we can do the analysis, that would be great on the napkin. in regard, the second bit that I've never thought about to reduce the cost of the fire hall, we have a $4 million project and 1 million is coming from the grants we secured this year, allocated this year. What about the property at 5471? So where the current hall is, could we turn around and sell that as a building lot? Say that it generates 500 grand and apply that to the cost of the new fire hall?
That has crossed my mind, but we're not sure what that is and that, but that would be something we would look at as getting disposed of that property and
Yeah.
using that asset back into the service.
I think every rock we can turn to reduce the burden of the final cost. I'm looking at it on IMAP. It's a very small property. I'm sure that it's fully owned by us by now. I'm sure the improvement.
I believe the CBRD does own it, but there's right of way allowances and stuff like that.
So if we can try to look at that and then maybe layer it into our financial plan for the building of the fire hall, a quick sale and turnaround could save interest and reduce the overall cost. So just my thought for today. Otherwise, good to go on the financial plan. Just a small increase for this year anyways, but it'll get more real in the next few years as we do the building.
Not to dangle out any other areas of great hope, but there's possible with new legislation around coming out of the province around the housing, the potential for community amenities and fire halls and fire services could be part of that consideration going forward. And as a new DCC category, development cost charge category. So not to say that would be a solution to the challenges facing the service, but there's consideration there. And we are still analyzing that, and planning planning is actually working with other departments and branches in the CVRD to look at a collaborative approach to cover off the new DCC categories and those amenity contributions, amenity cost charges. Yeah.
Roger?
Yeah, that could be significant with Union Estates coming in and the rest of it. You triggered something else. So for Mark this time, I'd like that confirmed. Are we planning to connect, if the switch come, are we planning to connect the fire hall to the switch? Because I'm not sure if it's identified, but I didn't do the briefing with staff around the sessions, but I had 3 different households on Washer Creek and Washer Road that asked if they could join, which they're not, I think, in 1A or 1B, but it's right next to the fire hall property. So I did put the bug in the air to say, if we connect the fire hall, it might make sense to just drop a line down the road.
So Doug just told me it's supposed to be a fully serviced lot according to the MDA.
Fully serviced lot, so that would include sewer service.
That being said, we do have a plan for sewer if the sewer is not there when we're ready for it. Because we don't want to hold up.
Yeah, no, I understand. But it just planting seeds.
Thank you.
Okay. So I need a motion to approve the budget for 226. Richard and Daniel seconds. Okay. No further discussion. Call the question. Any opposed? So that carries. We're on now to the Bates Road Fire Protection Local Service Area Function 228. And over to Chief Green.
Okay, so the Bates Van is a small area that we have a service contract with the town of Comox to provide fire service for. We just did sign a 3-year agreement with the town of Comox for provision of the service. And in that term, we're going to be looking at, same as down south, we're going to be looking at other options to provide this service that may or may not be, or will be more economical or quicker response, because the city of Courtney is looking at building a fire hall that's really close to them. So there may be some changes in that contract moving forward, but for now I'm happy with the town of Comox. And what I just mentioned is following this fire review, looking at different options of delivering the service. There's a 0.08 full-time equivalency dedicated to this position. The support services is $67,000. The proposed budget is for this service is $67,000, and the majority of that is by way of contract that we'll be paying the town of Comox for the service. It's going to be 42 cents that they're going to be paying. And it's a fairly stable requisition over the next 4 years. And as in some other things, we do not own any infrastructure in this service, so there's very little that we're putting into reserves. And that would be, this one is slightly different. It fiscally responsible as the Telecomox providing it, and they're within the 8-kilometer radius to make the insurance ratings for the residents. And it's a contract we provide with the Telecomox. With that, open to questions.
Looks like it's fairly cut and dry. No questions, no comments. A motion to approve the 228 budget. Moved and seconded. For discussion, call a question. All those opposed? That carries. And moving along to the Greater Merville Protection Service Function 237. And over to Bruce again.
So 237, the Greater Merville Fire Protection Area is its own for the capital expenses, all that, but the firefighters in that respond from Oyster River and trained with Oyster River, so it's in partnership with the Oyster River Fire Department that this service is provided. There was 159 responses. The biggest, when we first took the service over, Courtney said there was X amount of services, but we are doing first responders now. So the medical service responses are a good portion of that. We were fortunate enough to receive tanker accreditation, which I do believe is saving some taxpayers money on their insurance premiums. We did pave the parking lot, and as with Oyster River, several members went on provincial deployments to help in the time of need. Increasing call volumes, and majority of those are medical. The biggest thing we're looking to do is to ensure the tanker accreditation is working with residents to secure more water sources. There's lots of farmers down there that have big cisterns and stuff like that. So we're going to work with them to try and tap into that so we can have water all over the place. And we're applying for all the grants that we possibly can. We're going through the fire service review. A full-time equivalency is 0.75, and that will be staff out, helps support the staff out of Oyster River. The proposed budget for this year is $580,000, which is down from last year. The requisition is going to be 41 cents a thousand. The operating budget projections we're staying stable over the next 4 years. When we did make this fire hall, we did not do a capital asset management plan, so we will be doing an asset management plan with all the other fire halls. Following fire runner survey for engine replacement, the only one we're gonna have to replace within the next 10 years probably will be the tender. And as you can see, because it's relatively new, there's not much capital equipment this year. The capital equipment is going to be a hose rack to put hose on, so we have the spare hose relatively are safe there. Long-term capital is that 750 in 2029 is the replacement tender. And there's the reserves, projected balances. And future expenditure reserves balances. Capital works balances. And as with the other fire halls, that shows how we're meeting the strategic initiatives of the RD. With that, I'm open to any questions.
A long way, baby.
It took some time, but we got there.
I think I told you the story about telling old Lawrence Burns the fact that we're going to be getting a fire hall in Merville, and he bursts out laughing. Yeah, they've been talking about that since the 50s, he said. We proved him wrong. We got it. So yeah, that's a good news story for Merville for sure. Have the accreditation on the shuttle as well. All I can say is good on you, everybody, and certainly one of the success stories of my tenure in local government. No questions? Then a motion to approve the budget for 237. And anyone in opposition? And that carries. Moving on to Mount Washington.
So function 240 Mount Washington, same as Merville, that is its own capital area, but it is administrated by the Oyster River Fire Department. All the members train with Oyster River, and both Merville Oyster River Mount Washington members will respond to any incidences on the mountain. There was 22 responses on the mountain last year. We are working on getting all the big buildings pre-planned, so we have safety for the firefighters. And with other fire departments, there's several members from there responding on provincial deployments, bringing all that on the boots on the ground training and practical experience back to keep our community safer. The call volume up Mount Washington is steady. One of the challenges up there is attracting volunteers because there's not a big citizen base up there at this time, but we do have 9 or 8 currently on the right now, and I think once we get the new fire hall, that will change. Another big challenge is responding in the snow, but we're overcoming that by just doing vehicle adaptations. Like we got a UTV with tracks that pulls a trailer to get us into the areas that we can't get to. And then an opportunity as new development grows up there that could bring in lots of new members for us. The big strategic priority is to get the Mount Washington Fire Services building built. We're working on that. Hopefully we'll have an update in May. There again, then as it's the services provided by Oyster River, those full-time wages help offset the 2 deputies and my wage. And there again, we got the grants that's helping us buy gear and the grant delegation to keep it down. And the other one that we have on there is this a carryover project is to keep the cost down. An air compressor at every fire hall will be about a $30,000 hit. So we're looking at building an air trailer that we can move for SCBA bottles around in the area instead of having 3 or 4 different service compressors we have to service. And the proposed budget for next year is $250,000. And the mill rate is 66 cents a thousand. And the budget is stable over the next 4 years. Same as Union Bay, when we get that fire hall built, we'll do an asset management update at that time. We've got 2.5 million in the budget for the fire services building and money for some fire engines. And part of that is we will be purchasing Comox's used ladder truck for $62,500, which will serve the community for the next 8 years. And then there's how it breaks down for the money for the fire hall. We've got community works in 1.1, growing communities in 600,000, and long-term debt of 785,000. The reserves for the projected balances for capital works and the machinery. The breakdown of the expenditure reserves, breakdown of the capital works. The summary is the same as all the other fire departments. With that, I'm open to any questions.
You said the building communities was 600,000. I believe it was 800,000 at the end of the horse trading day that we moved around those numbers. Am I correct? So I think we ended up with 800 for the synthetic soccer and 800 for Mount Washington.
Through the chair, I think that last allocation, it was 800,000 for the turf field and 800 for South Sewer.
Oh, correct. Yeah, that was the worst
And
rating. Okay.
we'll double check that we're good with the scoring
Still.
facilities, but that was the last two I think you're thinking of.
Well, that's good. Okay, that's right. Thank you. Don't see any questions, so a motion to move Mount Washington forward. And seconded. Anyone opposed? And that carries. Should we just do the Cumberland and finish up? Oh, we didn't do Denman? Okay, let's run it back to pardon? 210.
Huh? Okay, so rural Cumberland Fire Protection Service to function 210. It is 3 different blocks of area, some out in around Comox Lake and the other in the Royston area. And there again, this is a service that we contract the Village of Cumberland to provide. We did sign a 1 new renewal of the contract, and we're going to be looking at that. Obviously, again, this year, the biggest hangup was Cumberland was concerned about the implications of the new Fire Safety Act. They want to see what that would look like in the contract. So now that we're closer to the Fire Service Act, our Safety Act, that would change. And then also we're going to look at potentially different funding or response models for that area as well. We're reviewing the delivery model as was one of the findings of this fire service review, and the Fire Safety Act could create need for inspection services. So we're just work as with all the fire services, we're just walking through that to see where that's going to end up. And it looks like it's going to end up, the last I heard, in a fairly positive place for us. We're implementing the findings of the fire service review. A 0.08 full-time person. And the biggest part of the budget is obviously the service, the amount that we pay Cumberland to provide the service. The budget is $260,000. It's up from last year, and the main driver of that is what we're paying Cumberland. They are paying 69 cents a thousand, and the budget goes up per year, but there again, that's not much with the perceived contract we don't control right now, but if that could change in the coming years. Balances for the reserves, and there again, as we don't own much of that service, we're not putting lots and lots in the reserves. And same as the Bates U-Ban, it's fiscally responsible being able to do it with the Village of Cumberland, and that is also a community partnership that we're using. With that, I'll open any questions.
Director Arbor.
Yeah, thanks. Can you remind our committee of how the apportion and determine our cost? Is it per number of residents or service compared to theirs? Or is it are we paying the same rate as a house would in Cumberland? Maybe a little more because we're more distant.
I think we're paying, there's a function in there. It's basically we're paying our portion of what their need is. So I would say we're paying the same amount as James is not the same amount as a town.
As a house, yeah, that's what I figured. Because when we looked at it when they built the fire hall, and I think we end up contributing. Actually, it's funny because councillors and mayors of Cumberland didn't know that. Like it was like, hey, it's 20% we pay of the total cost. They're like 20%. They thought there were just a couple homes in the rural areas or something. Yeah. So it's pretty significant. As you say, I don't think there's. What did the fire service review say on that one? Because I don't think we have an alternative on that one. It's Courtney department is too far. We're not going to create a fire hall there.
The biggest challenge with that one is that because from the previous meeting I looked at it, and right now if Union Bay was to take it over, because that would be the closest one, it would help Union Bay, but it would be more for these residents.
It's before more just.
Yeah. And then the other one is for FUS for insurance rates is 8 kilometers.
Yeah.
And the majority of those houses are without are past 8 kilometers. So
that's right.
It would be for Union Bay to take over, it'd be a negative impact on them.
Yeah, exactly. Yes. That's why I've never thought we would do anything with that service and just continue to contract it out to Cumberland, but that the opportunity was with downtown Union Bay and the Courtney Improvement District. So, yep. So no change, small increase, 8%. Okay, good to go.
And the area C portion of that is strictly the fish and game, isn't it? There's no real other area on that side of the lake they're protecting.
I'm not sure where Area C and Area B is, but I know there is houses around the lake that we do protect. Or sorry, that Cumberland does protect.
Yeah, I think, but on north of White's Bay there, on that side of the top of the lake where yeah, well, there's a little bit in there. I guess that would be the dump road, wouldn't it?
Because yeah, they do provide fire protection to the landfill.
Yeah. Okay. We're good on this, so motion to move it forward? And seconded, okay. So 210 is approved. I'll call a question. Anyone opposed? That carries. And that leaves us with Denman Island, which is number 215.
So as with Hornby Island, Denman Island is a fairly obvious fire protection area because it's an island surrounded by water. The Denman Island Fire Department does do fire, medical, and rescue calls. They did respond to 133 responses last year. They installed a 10,000-gallon water tank on Northwest Road. They certified 3 new local Fire Smart representatives, which was to do with fire, helping fire, do community or house assessments, Fire Smart assessments within the community. And they had a unique sailboat fire that they ended up responding to that was in the ocean and nobody else would respond to. So they did that. It was a good learning experience for them. As with most of us, all the fire services, the call volume seems to be increasing. The cost of supplies is increasing. We are looking at doing joint purchasing wherever possible to reduce the costs and applying for grants as they become available. And there we are, that has since changed. We're probably going to be starting looking at design in 2026. The driver of that is part of the land that we own where the fire hall may end up going is leased to BCM is right now, and that contract ends in 2026. So, and we want to explore all options, what that's going to look like. 0.191 full-time equivalency, and the fire chief Rob Manrings is a part-time fire chief and does a great job. The expenses are down this year. The proposed budget is at $480,000. The tax rate is going to be 57 cents a thousand. The projections, there is a bump in 2027 and 2028, but that'll be associated with the fire hall. We're doing an asset management plan of the new for the fire hall because we're still going to have it for 3 or 4 years to see what that looks like, and then also if we do build a fire hall on another lot, what's that building going to look like, and how are we going to deal with that? They're looking at purchasing a new duty officer vehicle, and Director Arbor, happy to know Chief Mannering just questioned me the other day about the viability of getting an electric vehicle. So he's thinking about that because it's just doing small responses. Looking at new bunker gear for firefighters, replacing SCBA cylinders, and then we're going to be looking at the fire hall, but those have been bumped out a little bit. Truck replacement this year, $65,000. They do have a very old geo tracker that they use for a duty officer vehicle that they want to look at getting a newer updated vehicle. And then machinery. The reserves are looking good. There's a future expenditure reserves. The capital works machinery reserves. The drivers. With that, I'm open to any questions.
Dr. Hardy.
Yeah, just a quick one. In regards to, does Denman Island have an ambulance service?
No, because BCM, well, so yeah, they have a BC ambulance service, yes. But they're not like, so BC ambulance will respond to the scene and transport the patient.
Okay.
And currently right now, BC ambulance station is on leased from the land they're on, is leased from the CVRD, which is right beside the fire hall.
Okay, I was just curious because I know we were talking about ambulance service on Hornby Island, so I was just wondering if Denman Island has a similar type problem or.
So the
Thanks.
problem with Denman is it's been rectified a little bit by the staffing. But the issue becomes is when Hornby Island needs an ambulance, Denman Island's ambulance now goes off to Hornby Island. And now neither, so there is challenge with every island that BC Ambulance services, there is challenges associated with that, but Hornby Island is unique as a Stevie Island, a couple others that don't have any ambulance service on island.
Hmm. Okay. Well, Director Arbor.
But we will after we send our letter.
Let's hope.
So if you can help me a little bit, the last year I've struggled answering residents on Denman around the fire hall. I struggle whether to call it a new fire hall or a major expansion or a major renovation. We don't have a design, but through the staff reports, I still don't have clarity around what it is.
I honestly, I don't have clarity in that as well. I'm going to meet with the firefighters to see what they're looking at, but part of that to put a new fire hall on the land that we have a license of occupation for, or even improve that fire hall with the government that we're still waiting for them to renew the contract, which has been in the wait for 5 or 6 years now. It just gets bumped and forgot about. Or do we go with BC Ambulance and how is that going to look? So there's a lot of behind the scenes stuff that's got to go around before we determine what the best course of action is going to be.
Okay, that's helpful. If staff doesn't know, then I don't feel so bad about not knowing myself. It's good.
All right, so we need to move 215 for approval of the budget. Moved and seconded. No further discussion. Any opposed? That's carried, and I'm going to call a recess for lunch. We're back here in by 1 o'clock.
Okay.
If we're going anywhere. Okay, we're going to call the meeting back to order of the Electoral Area Services Committee. Our financial planning session, and we're on function number 675, which is Denman Island Community Facilities Service. And I'm going to turn it over to Doug DeMarzo. Doug?
Thank you. And through the chair, this is the Denman Island Community Facilities Service, which really focuses on the Denman Seniors and Museums property, as well as the Denman Island Community Hall. In 2023, there was a number of projects that were worked on. DSMS, which is the Denman Seniors Museum Society, ended up doing 2 roof placements. One of these were a bit of a surprise, but managed to get through it. And they're looking at more capital works, which I'll speak to a little bit later on in this conversation. And then there was also, through this service, the partnership for an outdoor space improvement, where the board enhanced outdoor space around the community hall with a outdoor playing area, which I think is now almost complete. So if you're over on Denman, it might be worth going to have a look at. Some of the trends and challenges that we've talked about are, again, aging infrastructure. There's some new asks for roofs, flooring, some new programming equipment. Looking at the Denman Seniors Place, and the washroom, especially that accesses the gym, is quite out of date, and they're looking at some reshifting there to allow for more accessibility to that area. And as a reminder, these community works funds requests are no longer appropriate in the community halls conversation, as we're looking at a different grant through BCM through asset management plans for building condition assessments. It's just been a while since we spoke to that, so I thought I'd remind you. Again, we're looking at our key service outcomes of responding to and partnering with community groups and residents to provide great facilities, and ensuring that there's resiliency and community infrastructure in place. And I'll note this during this presentation, but also in others, these halls also help our emergency services departments in issues such as warming centers or cooling centers, and play those vital roles in the community as well, which could also be reception centers. And I think that's possibilities for almost all community halls in the event of emergency. So overall, we're looking at a decrease, largely because of the 57,000 K that went to the outdoor shelter last year. So we're back to around the $70,000 mark to support these 2 halls. And most of that's, well, all of that from the CVRD perspective is through taxation, and then obviously those organizations have other grant funding and revenue opportunities within their own functions and operations. That's holding flat throughout. Sorry. There's reserve funding in there of about 80,000 now, and looking to increase it potentially up to 90,000 for the future expenditure reserves. And again, there's a summary of your drivers here is shared grant capital improvement approach, nonprofit managed, and renewed attention for accessibility in some of the halls. So with that, there's proposed changes to the plan to include an increase in requisitions to help with the contribution to reserves. And furthermore, DSMS has looked at an additional money for their capital works for a number of improvements. Their bathroom improvement, which I mentioned earlier, turns out they need some new replacement of the roof over the lounge, and some entrance hall and lounge and floor replacements. So they're looking for an extra overall $40,000 to this line item to be spread over the 3 years. So that's not reflected here. So that's something for your consideration from a capital works perspective, whether you want to recommend a budget to spread that additional cost out to help drive those projects. And again, that wouldn't cover the full cost of those projects, but would largely be used as seed funding, well, substantial seed funding to attract other grants.
I look to the director.
That's good. Thanks. Again, old buildings, but that's good that we're able to keep that steady. I would mention on the slide where you had the community works fund, so that's kind of for all staff. Will receive an update on the Graham Lake Improvement District, and if we layered in the 300,000. So if we do that, from my perspective, that would really front end the share of Denman's community works funds for the next 10 years significantly. So what I'm trying to say is try not to bring too many project with community works funds for Denman built into them. If we do that 300,000 allocation, there'll still be funds. And of course, if the feds double our allocation, which I always say, that will be a very different view, but assuming it's still the same amount we get, we'll be really squeezed for Denman for community works funds for the 10-year horizon. Otherwise, I'm happy to pass the budget.
Okay. That's all captured. Any more comments? So move the recommendation. And take the vote. Anyone opposed? Seeing none, that also carries. Now, Puntledge North Community Facilities Support Service Function 676. And Doug's here to present. Over to Doug.
So thank you. This is mostly around the halls to the north of the Puntledge River, serving area C and a bit of area B. Basically, the major benefactor from this grant, well, from this hall service continues to be Black Creek, who offers the most programming and employs staff and runs much like a small recreation center. And then obviously the next large one being Merville, that's focused on entertainment and outdoor activities and markets. So those, and then there's a couple of other halls in this area as well. As you see here. So one thing that's come apparent is Merville Hall would benefit from increased support in future years. And given the sizing of all of the halls, or many of the halls, I would say that the reserve contributions kind of remain low for future capital partnership support to be considered as we move through this budget. But really, we're looking at approximately $115,000 in support, a large portion of this going to the Black Creek Community Hall. So we do have some minor increases over the coming years that basically offset possible inflation at best, projected here to get you to 135 by year 2028. Again, revenues from a reserve are pretty strong here. We alluded to that a little earlier, making sure there's decent contributions to reserves. But with major projects, as we know with halls, these can disappear fairly quickly, even if we're just given proportional funding to help support capital maintenance items on halls. And here's some more of the drivers and how they support. So with that, you can take the budget as approved, or you could look at an additional 15,000 to be contributed to reserves at recommended budget.
Well, I would, of course, approve the extra 15 for reserves because these halls aren't getting any newer. I know Black Creek does extremely well, as you know. They've got a lot of. They seem to have the finesse to write for grants. I've written letters of support for these grant applications. I've also written letters of support for Merville, although Merville doesn't seem to be quite as lucky. My question is around the Oddfellows Hall, the Solom Hall. I know we reached out to them and nobody's answered back. And yet they're, they're quite well used in the community, and their roof is rusting away. So I'm just wondering if it would make any sense to send them another note, maybe just point out the benefits. But like Daniel said, some of the groups are, well, we don't need any government help, we're looking after ourselves and all that. But that in this day and age, that doesn't necessarily cut it. So I'm just wondering, it might be possible to reach out one more time to that hall.
Yeah, we could reach out to the Oddfellows Hall at your request and let them know that this service still exists if they want to talk about it, speak to us a little bit more about it. They could have a change in board or any other factor that might make them reconsider their participation.
No, I understand it is there local representation from the Oddfellows or the Sisters of Rebecca or whatever the female version is? Do they actually have a local chapter anymore?
I'm not sure anymore. I know there's one still active in Victoria, but we could look into it.
See if you can find a contact person for
Sure.
me, and maybe I can reach out from my end a little bit. So yeah, and I think that for a long time we've been talking about putting a legal kitchen in at the Merville Hall, especially at one time it would have been for as part of a food hub, legal kitchen, small batch, helping local farmers. But it seems to be a challenge. But moving down the road, I mean, it's still quite possible they could maybe get some funding from somewhere else. So, but by putting an extra 15 away, as I say, I mean, we're barely covering the costs of just services, because insurance being what it is, fuel prices being what they are, it's just keeping the lights on is a plus, is success, I guess. So. Anybody else have any comments? Okay, well, I appreciate if you moved it with the additional 15 going into reserves. Okay. Any other comments? Moved and seconded, call a question. Anybody opposed? So that carries. And we've already done the comfort station. So we're on to others. Here's the others. 120 to 124, 151 to 155, 530 to 532, 560, 691, 695, 710 to 750, and 791. Courtney Flats. I thought the Courtney Flats was part of the other function, but so we dealt with that last week, or seems like a week ago, a couple of days ago. Anyway, so yeah, whose staff is available to answer questions. So no presentation on these functions, folks.
So,
Any
Mr.
questions?
Chair, Lucy does, I think, have a few points to make on a couple of these services, but yeah, as you know, there is no presentation. All the materials available online and available for looking at, but Lucy, did you want to touch on a couple of these services?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you through the chair. Just super quickly, I just noted a couple of things. So firstly, for grants and aid, as is typical for this group of services, the surplus that's remaining there at year end, then we'll roll that into the next year. And currently the dollars sit there as unallocated. For the feasibility studies, there's a combination of identified projects for the feasibility studies, along with some pieces of unallocated dollars as well. For house numbering, I have nothing to note for that. For Denman Hornby high-speed internet, just letting you know the requisitions raised to cover the debt there. So that's about $96,000. And your last, and street lighting, I have no comment. And for heritage conservation, about 26,000 in total there. But yeah, so that's all my comments. And if there's any specific questions, we're happy to answer them.
Yeah, I thought the Courtney Plus was under 340. Waste management, I thought we mentioned it.
I think it was mentioned, but certainly it's its own standalone service with its own geographic boundary and ratepayers and work plan. It's a pretty standard work plan year over year. Staff can provide more context or detail if needed, but yes, it is its own standalone service.
Yeah. You live and learn every day.
No questions? Good.
Director Arbor?
Yeah, definitely some questions, and comments and input. So for, now where to start? Okay, so for one, I don't know which one it'll be, but in the feasibility study for Hornby, I brought this up in an email over the weekend, I think, to Alana and James. Wondering, because we know the provincial regulations are starting this year for STVRs. Also, a broader conversation around what we're going to do in the electoral areas, whether we're going to keep the status quo of not allowing STVRs or whether we will revisit that and allow them with regulation now that we have better tools to do that. And I think a lot of people have decided to kind of ignore the province a little bit for this summer, even though they say we're going to drop the hammer May 1st. I think, anyways, from the people I've talked to on Hornby, people like that the timeline is way too quick, and I think the Hornby Islands Trust is feeling the same. But it's going to be important to show the province that progress is being advanced. The thought would be to start on this project to look at the feasibility of the CVRD assisting the Islands Trust with a business license program, CVRs on Hornby. See a new tool to us. In my mind, we could actually probably learn a little bit about a CVR without it being in our electoral areas area. And now we have a formal request from the Islands Trust to explore this. So what I was thinking is there's some feasibility study funds in the Hornby Islands. So I'd just like to have a discussion with staff and my fellow directors to see to allocate some of those funds so that it's not a side of the desk project, should that proceed.
So thanks for the question, and I'll ask Alan Mullally to join us at the table to speak a little bit about that the provincial regulations that we do understand are coming, how that is layering into the work planning for the planning and development services group. And also I will just say that maybe Lucy, if we have handy at some point what the how much unallocated funds are available, so that a decision has to be made here today necessarily on allocating those funds, provided there are resources available. If the committee should choose to go there down the road, then we can come back and talk about what that work plan and scope may look like, or how it would impact our existing work plan, and undertake a commitment to that point to commit funds, if that is what the committee ultimately wants to do. Are there reserve funds for these services?
For in 155 Hornby Island feasibility, there's $17,757 that's unallocated.
Yeah. So then maybe Alana, if you could provide a bit of context there around the work planning that you're seeing right now and how it unfolds.
James, excuse me, through the chair to the directors. Just so that we're all on the same page, just to be clear, the changes that Director Arbor is referencing relate to the changes introduced with Bill 35 that came into effect in October of 23. Ultimately, the province, this is part of the province's intervention in the housing market in BC to try to return units to the rental residential market. And so that there's an initial effort to, I guess, recruit some of the some of the units that have been put into the short-term rental market, recruit them back into that, the secondary residential market in particular. So as far as these changes affect us and affect the Islands Trust, in our electoral areas, as Director Arbor has referenced, we have a sort of a status quo, or we've taken kind of a status quo approach over the last several years that short-term rental accommodations are permitted many residential zones in the form of a bed and breakfast. And a bed and breakfast is defined in our zoning bylaw as a room or rooms that are made available to the traveling public that are within a principal dwelling. And that's a really important part. So meaning that anyone who's operating presently a short-term accommodation rental on their property, say in a carriage house or in a full unit, those folks are operating outside of our zoning framework right now. And I would agree with Director Arbor. I think, there are a lot of folks who have, decided that maybe the value of that rental is worth it enough to them to test enforcement options. And so the province with Bill 35 is doing a couple of things. One, setting up a provincial registry to try to get a handle on how many units are out there, how many offerings are out there, to try to put a bit of rigor around licensing requirements. And then, going further to say that in some communities, the short-term accommodation rentals need to look a certain way. So I'm glossing over a lot of the details, and that's because, in part because we hope to come back to you on February 26th with a detailed report on implementing this regulation and its act in the electoral areas. The other piece of this is that the regional districts have now been granted the authority to create business regulation. And so often that gets implemented as a business license. As you know, this is an interesting authority potentially for us in the electoral areas. The authority isn't limited to the short-term accommodation rentals, but could be used broadly for any number of uses that you might be interested in. Islands Trust was not granted the same authority. So while they are subject to some of the regulations of that Bill 35, they weren't granted the ability to regulate business. And so this is the interest that Director Arbor has identified, that there have been discussions, I understand, at, in particular, Hornby Trust Council, but I understand that these conversations are happening at a number of the Trust Council meetings around whether or not regional districts could help provide support for them in wrangling with some of their short-term accommodation rental issues using business licensing. So we're pretty early days in this at the staff level. Director Arbor has certainly had conversations. As staff, we're meeting tomorrow with Hornby staff to understand what their interest is, what they think it could look like. For me, it's a really interesting concept of us having a regular, maybe I'm jumping, that we're talking about feasibility at this point, but thinking about what it would look like to have a regional district essentially regulating a land use when we don't have jurisdiction over land use. So really keen to understand from staff and then from Trust Council elected officials what they have in mind and what it could look like. As for this year, feasibility and work and overseeing that work, we would be really, really challenged to support current work plan priorities. Not to say, of course, we're going to do what you tell us to do, but we would want to have that room to come back to and maybe let you know what concessions we need to make elsewhere. I think this is a conversation, the feasibility piece, that would really, I kind of feel like we're at a bit of a disadvantage in the planning group because we don't have those relationships with community members necessarily on Hornby to understand what the community's interests are. Certainly that's altogether different for Director Arbor and the other elected officials. But I think this feasibility work would likely include a pretty significant focus on community engagement, understanding what the community wants and needs and what's going to work there. So I see this as a significant piece of work, and we would need to move around some other items if directed to undertake feasibility this year.
We have Mike. Oh, there you go. It got sent out, eh? Thanks for that really good background and thoughts on it. Yes, so I would move other things. We're not defining those things, but just on background, the APC on Hornby of the Islands Trust has worked for the last 3 years on analyzing the short-term rentals and coming up with a set of recommendations for the Islands Trust, which they were about to implement this fall until the new provincial regulation, and that threw a real curveball at all of them. I would say that short-term rentals is by far, by a long, long mile, the most divisive issue on Hornby Island, the most perennial, difficult issue that really is has been really hard to address. It all started by the Island Trust actually allowing vacation rental specific, the Hornby Island Local Trust Committee in 2014, they actually put it that every lot could do vacation rentals in every zone. And they put as a list of suggested best practices. And so, so we know there's a high level of non-compliance, et cetera, et cetera. There's since then, because it was so divisive, there's been a short-term vacation rental association, I think that represents 130 vacation rentals on the island. And they've even started a septic licensing program, voluntary, but for a couple of the areas. Anyways, I'm just painting a picture that there's a ton of work that's already been done. So just painting a picture, it's not a blank slate. I think you would find some pretty matured idea and supported by the Islands Trust around what could be done from a regulatory, what could be part of a licensing process or something like that. So I would also warn, that's great, that's awesome, you're meeting tomorrow. They're also brand new staff, so there's a staff turnover. So there's a new planner that's assigned to the island. I think this is the year where the issue is going to be looked at. The trustees are definitely, they've got it as their top priority to try to resolve that for the term. So it doesn't need to happen, not all the work maybe needs to happen in year one, but I think to initiate something or to explore that collaboration, and we'll have a meeting in June. And even if we had a little something to report from what the staff have discussed, some of the options for the trustees, for ourselves, for our June meeting could be really valuable. And I agree with you. I just was thinking, if there's a way to resource this, so it's not ask you what I'm hearing is you feel like with the capacity you have, something else would have to be displaced. So I guess this committee would need to learn what are those things that would have to be displaced. And then whether the directors would support doing that. To my fellow directors, I think the value of starting with Hornby is it would really bring us our level of understanding of that marketplace, including in the electoral areas, and how we may consider our own system for us. We would learn a ton from what is a very mature market and set of problems on Hornby, and that is currently allowed in the bylaws, but poorly regulated, because just like here, it's complaint based. So I don't know if my fellow directors are, but it'd be a huge legacy piece, definitely for Hornby Island. And the CVRD would be seen as very helpful should we enter the space.
I'm sorry?
Sorry, so we're on budget, we're not on topics. So for today, I guess what I'm hearing for the CEO is maybe we don't need to make an allocation, but I will put a mental earmark that there's $17,000 sitting there that could support that project should, and maybe we can wait on February 26th when the staff comes back with initial salvo on STVRs. Grant and aid was good. Denman Hornby high-speed internet, I had some questions. So for a while, we were talking about moving the funds that come in, because we're going to start getting revenue this year if we haven't already started to see revenue. So was there a thought to move those funds to the rural grants, or they will actually sit in 5/5/60, the funds that we collect, and then we will determine how to spend them as time goes?
Thanks, Director. So we actually have a policy in place that was already
That's right.
adopted
That's
through
right.
the establishment of the service. And Jake, if you want to speak to that policy, I think you've got it more fresh in your mind of the mechanics of the funds that we would receive.
Thank you, James. Yes, that's correct. We did adopt a policy to direct that those funds be allocated on the basis of, I believe it is assessed values of population to Denman and Hornby from any revenue that we generate through that agreement. So we don't, to my knowledge, we don't have any revenue at this point, but when we do, that will be brought forward, and then you'll have that opportunity through the financial planning process to allocate those funds through that rural community grant program.
That's in the policy, or so So we actually take the funds into 560 and move them to a rural grant for Hornby and Denman, or it's
We haven't received the revenue at this point, so mechanically I could talk.
coming, it's coming.
It's coming, yes.
You know, when you hear the water pipe starting to like go like that.
Yeah, so when we do, we'll talk about the mechanics with the finance department, but whether those funds are actually transferred or whether they stay in that function, but we treat them essentially as under the guidelines in the program of the Rural Community Grant Program.
So just to refresh the memory, and maybe Dr. Hardy doesn't know that, but when we secured the fiber optic for Hornby and Denman, we negotiated that we get 20% of the profit from revenue subscription. So we're probably expecting, I don't know. The reason why I bring it up is people have started to subscribe and there's now people connected on both islands. So hopefully the City West is going to come back to us with good news. And that's for 20 years, right? Okay, that's sufficient. Yeah, if it sits in 560, bring back a report when you have a little bit of money in there, and then we can have further discussion. Heritage conservation.
Say 20%, we get 20% because we, the CBRD.
Yeah, so this is function 560, which is for Hornby and Denman. So it's a service unique for Hornby and Denman. And the thought was that I think we estimated like 60 or 70,000 might coming to the service or something like that. I'm looking at Jake. This is like a couple of years ago we finished that. Jake was working on it, but then that could be spent either on infrastructure or with residents. And you're right, we did produce a policy to try to frame all that up. So this is definitely a good news story for residents, which will add revenue stream for projects and infrastructure on Hornby and Denman. Street lighting, good. Thank you, street lighting, for we fixed some of those all the lights. Yeah, that was good. Currently flats. No, okay, I guess I'm done. I didn't have as much as I thought. I don't have any issues with house numbering, so we're good. Yeah, so we're done. I'm done.
Okay, so we're good for 151 to 155. We're good for 560. And we're good for 710 to 750. Okay, so we have them split up into 3 recommendations. And because they're one's weighted, one's and the other ones aren't, we can move the first tranche. And seconded. Okay, any discussion on that? Anyone opposed? That carries. And number 2. Any discussion on 2? We're good. Call a question on 2. Anybody opposed? That also carries. Moving seconded on 3. No further discussion on 3. I'll call the question. Anyone opposed? So that takes care of a great slug of them right there. On to number 5, Recreation Course Service, 2024-2028 financial plan. And back to Doug, I guess.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. And this is the I think this is the last of the core services to present for the electoral areas today.
Pardon me.
Doug is going to touch on the overview that was provided to the board on Monday, but then we'll be able to move into the individual budgets for this particular core service. So, Doug, over to you.
Great, and thank you. So our recreation program and services is mainly run here by running those large facilities that are beneficial to everyone in our community. These include the exhibition grounds, 2 ice arenas, high-level fields, and aquatics. It also supports many other organizations and munis not associated with their own facilities through recreation grants. The governance model is largely overseen through the Rec Commission, which supported a strategic plan to help us catch up to past plan recommendations and keep up with our growing community. We are well on our way to the turf field, which was the priority project supported from this plan. In essence, this plan only plans for the future in the sense of future facilities, as the needs for fulsome community health-based facilities based on populations are being stressed in our community, with perhaps the exception of pools. So as we move forth through the Rec Commission and their objectives on the strategic plan, we look at supporting all the residents within the CBRD. With that, I'll leave it open for any questions.
Director Arbor?
Yeah, thanks. Before we get into the, I guess the next one is the Hornby and the Denman functions, but while we're talking about the general services, I think it's a good time. We haven't had a chance to, the three of us, to speak publicly on the strategic planning process for recreation. And to me, like it's becoming a bit muddled because there was a lot of strategic planning happening last term around asset management and GHG reduction, which we're going to receive some of those reports in April. Then we got into a new term and we got excited about all the new things rather than to address the financial demands of the existing things. So I think that's some of the points some of us have raised definitely at the broader table. I realized that I believe to increase the requisition without the jurisdiction, with the jurisdiction's blessings, if you will. It went to Comox and Courtney and Cumberland to try to draw them in. And to us, and I understand that we probably don't, that we don't have the votes for the Recreation Commission to proceed, which could lead to, I think the next step that was discussed at one point would be to move then to AAP. I would like to say I'm not comfortable when multiple jurisdictions are putting the brakes on something and that we might face an AAP process that could be imposed just through majority vote. So if it goes that way, that the brother rec table decides to pursue an AAP, I may pursue a service review to see whether Area A should stay in the service moving forward. I think there's other opportunities if we don't pursue an AAP now, there's other opportunities maybe to rejig things so that everybody wins. I'll save that for today, but I thought let's see if the directors want to share too where they're at with it. For me, the priority remains to address our existing facilities and their asset management plan and to address our GHG reduction goals. If the brother board wants to pursue it all, GHG, asset management, turf, arena, pool, I mean, those are massive increases that have been partly either by elected officials or other. It's not $20 per household per year. So for me, I would rather that we make the decisions on the asset management or at least consider all those things and the GHG before we actually commit funds to the latest initiatives.
I'm just, I'm quite concerned myself about the rec commission. And, you know, my opposition to taking in the exhibition grounds into that function because it clearly doesn't fit, never has, never will. I was toying with exactly the same idea because what benefits are we getting in Area C, especially regarding even, you know, consideration of a business case for an agricultural building. We're all too ready to go making our soccer pitch or give a cricket club a bunch of money. But when you look at the bottom line, at least in Area C, I'm quite satisfied that it seems the increase seems to be within the parameters of the cost of living increase that we're all facing. And being that we're facing the same challenges and local government's exactly the same as the individual property owner. And I will say one thing that I wanted to say earlier on is that we have a sacred trust here in that we are dealing with money from the property owners. It's an enigma of local government that everybody gets to vote, but only about 60% of the population actually pay one red penny towards services. The rest of it, people are renting, they say, well, we're paying through our rent. Well, yes and no, right? It's not directly impacting them at the same way, especially people having to go back and remortgage at this point of their lives. I mean, I made it through the 1970s and 80s when interest rates were astronomical. I think with up to 20% or something for a mortgage. So I mean, it's proportionate, you know, this starting from a low base of where we were at before. But I am confident that, especially after this review this week, that you know, we are in good hands. We do have very excellent staff, and with all of the meticulous way that we went through budget this year, I think it's very clear to me that there's a lot of plates spinning out in the air there, and it's very difficult to look after. So, you know, I think anything we do going forward, this is a year that's the first truly post-COVID year. And I spoke about that COVID fog there that we had for the last few years that we're just emerging from now. And of course, we are also playing catch up because we did put the brakes on for COVID and try to make it a little softer on the taxpayers. So anytime you give a tax holiday, guess what? The holiday is over and you got to go back to work. So and prices go back up. We retired the airport debt this year. One has to wonder, well, whether we could even get community approval for something as big as the airport, the airport, Comox Airport initiative in this day and age now, if we could get that kind of public assent on it. So, I mean, we're living in interesting times. I see the gap between rural and urban growing, misunderstanding or maybe just the fact that people are not as tuned in as they once were to the country and where people are coming from. I think we see a little bit of a tide change out there as far as federal politics goes. So, you know, that we've got some stormy waters ahead there as well. So I don't know. I'm quite proud of what we did here this week. I think we're moving ahead. We're not being crazy. We're putting a little bit more aside here and there for reserves. You know, we need that because you never really quite know what's coming around the bend. So, yeah, I mean, you talk about firing shots across the bow on some of these issues, just to warn everybody that, you know, we're really not happy in some of these situations we find ourselves in. And but there again, you know, we have a process. We have a due process. We have a budget that's workable. Can it be better? Well, then let's get working on the 2025-2029 budget right away, as soon as we get this one out of the way. I'm sure Lucy loves to hear that. She probably wants to go to Mexico and sit in a hot tub for a while. But yeah, we still have to, a few things we have to put through here. Now, we haven't voted on this, have we yet? It's still pending. So there's no vote? Oh, just okay. There's no recommended action on this one. Okay, so we pretty well reached the end of our process here. And I have to say that I'm very heartened by the cooperation between the electoral area directors. And which one? We missed one?
Nope, just after the core service for recreation, we'll move on to the Denman Hornby.
Yeah, but there's no vote on it. Oh, there is a vote. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought there wasn't. Anyway, so I don't want to go on waxing philosophic here. It's not like me at all. So, but once again, I mean, my kudos to my electoral area director friends. And I do say that in all honesty, that we are all friends. We're more like family because we don't necessarily agree on half the things, but you know, there again, we agree on probably more than we disagree. So, yeah, kind of shut up, Eddie. So we'll just move on to the next item here, and we'll all go home and start mowing our lawns pretty soon. So is this a Doug DeMarzo presentation again? Okay. You put in a long day there, Douglas. So 2024, 2028 Financial Planning Course Service Recreation.
Again, this is primarily focused on the recreation programs on Denman and Hornby Island. And 605 in particularly supports Denman Island recreation, provides year-round athletics, and off to the right there, you will see the Hornby Island summer brochure that supports some of the recreation programming that goes on Hornby Island. It's really about helping the cost to using the community use facilities that are available on those islands and supporting some physical recreation opportunities and programming hosted by the Hornby Island Rec Committee and likewise Dirks on Denman. Obviously, they're each bound by their own island there. So in 2023, we saw a lot of Hornby grants supporting a lot of indoor fall programming, such as pickleball, badminton, indoor soccer. And on Denman, we saw the pickleball club as well and swim dock grants going to those two organizations as some highlights. So Denman Island looks at about a grant of around $16,000. No dramatic changes we're seeing in the future. And Denman. So Denman continues on that chain of thought. And then Hornby Island, it looks at a grant of about $27,000 and a little bit of a decrease there due to some operational grant carryover from here or the year before. But going forward, we're looking at there we go. Looking at getting back up to $35,000 for Hornby Island Recreation, eventually up to $40,000 to support their programming over there. And I'll just flip through some of these slides. They're basically saying the same thing in slightly different tables. And now we're on the future expenditure reserves. Each year, some of the surpluses based on a formula end up in a reserve and some minor contributions. So to be accessed by the community as they deem necessary. And that's where we're at. Great community partnerships here, supporting community recreation on the islands. And from what I've seen, scanning through the program guides, seems fairly diverse range of participants participating in various programs. So overall, I think those programs are working well, given the facilities on the two islands.
Director Arbor?
Thanks. Yeah, obviously with very tiny budget, both organizations provide year-round recreation services. So, you know, when you're looking at the budget, 30 grand includes your coordinator. And I can tell you on Hornby, there's like programs every week. It's pretty spectacular how far they stretch that recreation service on both islands. The only thing that I'm hearing a little bit about, and I think Doug and I have touched bases over the years on, is both of these services really just support the programming side, and we put zero in infrastructure in terms of any facilities or anything like that, which would really escalate those services. I know, you know, joking and places like that, there's been thoughts in the past about trying to find ways to contribute or to help with the infrastructure costs a little bit, because there's, I guess we're using the halls on the island for a lot of those activities, but for both of those services, by the way, when I talked earlier today about the review that's going to come back around the parks and my concept around parks and recreation, potentially for the Bainsound portion, it's that kind of thing I have in mind, you know, to have a rec coordinator. A lot of it is volunteer based. For a lot of those halls, it's inconsistent. It's based on volunteer, and I know the value that those coordinators on each island and those activities provide year round and to the community. So we'll get there later this year, but for now, I'm quite happy to pass both those budgets, which are very humble budgets. Thanks.
Well, this is, you know, this is a what I've always been saying about volunteerism and you know, ask not what your country can do for you. But I would caution putting too much faith in it continuing forward. There are young families out there, but they're rushed beyond belief. They say they don't have time to put the energy in. I know you see people volunteering in sports and whatever, but you know, that passes through too. And then, you know, it's like, you know, being a Boy Scout leader for 5 years, and then your son suddenly takes an interest in music and girls, and you're out of a job as a Boy Scout leader. But yeah, I think that there is a changing world that, you know, this is great. This when this does happen, when we have that kind of community involvement. But I would think that we have to prepare for the day when that dries up. My experience has been that it is drying up. So maybe you have to look at other methods of delivery. And of course, if you're looking to government to deliver services, it's going to cost you money. So, but who knows? Maybe we'll have a resurgence in volunteerism. As what do they say? Life begins when the kids leave home and the old dog dies, right? Well, I think we got one more recommendation. Does anybody want to move it? So 605 to 607 moved and seconded. Any more discussion? I asked for a second time. Any more discussion? Ask for a third and final time. You want to say something, Daniel? Oh, okay, after this one. Okay, so call the question. Anyone opposed? Then that carries. Thank you, everyone. And Director Arbor has a postscript.
Yeah, were we gonna see some numbers around the Royce, the Grim Lake Improvement District? There was a thought yesterday that might come up today.
Through the chair. We're not quite ready with those yet, so we've scheduled that to come back for February 26th, if that's okay. Okay, there we go.
If I could weigh in just for 1 second, I just want to recognize the, I think, nearly 10 hours of committee meetings for the last couple of days, and the 60 or 70 some odd services that this committee has worked through. And I want to thank the committee members for that attention to detail and the direction you provided. Yes, the Denman and Grand Lake water services would come back in 2 weeks' time, as well as the ABC Park service will come back in 2 weeks' time. And so with the rest having been given your endorsement, then we'll be able to build those into the financial plan for consideration in March. Especially want to thank Lucy and her team for coordinating this whole process. It's been a big change for the regional district, and I think having the materials up front and available for you has certainly helped to provide that bigger picture overall. So just to extend our appreciation to Lucy and the team and all the budget managers for the work you've done to pull materials together.
You're here. Thank you, everyone.